push and it'll be live.
And then I'll
Okay, so
Green is live. Green, everyone can hear you. Testing, testing.
testing, testing,
Closer.
testing, testing.
Perfect.
Is that good?
Yeah.
What's up? No, I'm playing. Hello, hello, everyone. What's going on? Can everybody hear me okay? Everybody? Everybody got lunch, situated, coming in? Awesome, sweet. Well, super excited to have you all here at the Driving Collaboration track, sponsored by Second Front Systems. I'm your MC today, Joshua Taylor. I'm a venture associate here at Capital Factory. I want to have by hands, who here is not from Texas? Who does not live in Texas? Sweet, sweet, cool. Who is in Texas here today? Sweet. Well, excited for you all to be here today. I'm super excited for this track because the collaboration is about everybody in the ecosystem. If you're in government, if you're in academia, if you're in venture, if you're an innovator, if you're a startup, this is for all of us to come together to network. So if you know someone or don't know someone, say, hey, how you doing? What are you working on? How can I help you? Or how can I find someone to help you? So be aware to collaborate today. I have a couple of housekeeping rules. We will have breaks. I know this is like 4 hours we're going to be in here. So we'll have breaks between, but learn, collaborate, and we're going to get Tyler Sweat, Chief Revenue Officer of Second Front Systems, to introduce himself and kick it off.
Hey, everybody. So really excited about this track. Even more excited about sort of what Supernova represents, though. Bringing together organizations that are primes, that are investors, that are government organizations, that are startups, and creating an opportunity for them to actually have meaningful engagements. I think a lot of us have been to a lot of conferences. They're stuffy, they're super formal. Everybody's just hawking product, and you can't actually have a philosophical conversation on what you're trying to do. So that's why we at Second Front jumped in, loved the opportunity to sponsor, especially on the driving collaboration. Because especially from a technical standpoint, if we think about how we go to war, if we think about how we work, it's always across, it's partners and allies. You know, we talk about academia and sort of the private sector and the public sector. There's also a geographical sort of bounding that we've got to unshackle ourselves from. And if we're gonna be serious about great power competition and we're serious about national security, we have to be doing this together. So I'm really excited to see all the panelists today, all the conversations on how we're thinking about changing some of the dynamics on the relationships between big organizations, between international allies and partners, between academia. Huge shout out to Capital Factory for putting together a killer event again. And thanks everybody for being here. Really excited, and hope this is an awesome track.
Thanks, Tyler. That was awesome. He's such a natural. First, we're going to have our first panel, really helping corporations and startups really learn how they can work together to help solve problems in the ecosystem. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our CRO, Meg Vrabel.
Hi, y'all. How are you doing? I'm great. Thank you for asking. No one ever asked me when I'm sitting up here. Thank you. Get this guy a better drink. Come on. Okay. Welcome to Fed Supernova. Who has been here before? Who was here last year? Okay. Okay. This is my first Fed Supernova. I've been here at Capital Factory for about 7 months. I have heard nothing but awesome things about this event, and so far so good. I mean, we're a day in, but so far so good. Thank you. I've been told I'm too quiet, which is the first time I've ever heard that in my whole life. Thank you for the handoff. My name is Meg Vrabel. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer and Head of Innovation here at Capital Factory. Welcome to Corporates and Defense Primes Enablers, not Antibodies, to Startup Innovation. We have the longest title today. We also have the largest panel. So get ready, grab a snack, an extra drink, whatever you need to do. It's going to be awesome. So really quick, I want to start with a brief overview of the panel topic. As you probably know, if you're sitting here, it is absolutely instrumental to national security that we have defense contractors, systems integrators, partnering with startups for the next generation of technology. So this discussion will be in two parts. The first part will be a little bit smaller fireside chat. Will be Lieutenant General Retired John Morgan, a partner at IBM Consulting and the Army DoD client lead, and Zach Gover, the Director of Digital Marketing at Duplo Cloud. We'll be hearing about each of their experiences with working with startups and corporates and how they've made those partnerships successful. Then we'll welcome a few more folks up here, and we'll hear some recent success stories of corporate and startups working together for innovative measures. Cool. Can I get, oh, sir, what did you? Also, as a note, I'm an Army veteran. I was a junior captain when I left, and if you told me I'd be sitting up here with a 3-star, I would be like, yeah, no, nope. So,
Okay.
okay. We're going to real squeeze in. Look at us. Look how friendly we are. Okay.
Everybody done?
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
How are you?
Good. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I kind of want to start a little bit high level. I would love for each of you to talk a little bit about your background, both career and how you find yourself sitting here on this particular panel. Sir, would you like to go first?
Sure. Am I on? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, we're on. Hey, everybody, how we doing? Good. I'm John Morgan, and as was mentioned, lead the Army account for IBM Federal. But a little bit about the background. As has already been mentioned, spent a few years on active duty, spanned the better part of about 30 plus years. And then as I transitioned away from the Army and into the world of business, started out, interestingly enough, with this panel in the world of small business. So with a small business startup that was working in the area of big data, predictive analytics in support of the ISR space. Did that for a few years, and then transitioned to working for a large defense contractor that will remain nameless for the discussion that we're having here today. And for the last 15 months or so, have then gone into the world of technology with IBM. So what I like to think of is the fact that I was a consumer of the capabilities and products that industry brings to soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines in contact, doing national security defense work. And as a consumer, I didn't care where the product came from. I didn't care who built it. At the end of the day, when I put it in the hands of my soldiers, it had to work and it had to be effective to produce results. And then as I transitioned from defense contracting to the world of systems integrator in the technology space, that's a little bit about the background. So that's who I am.
Awesome. Thank you. Zach, could you fill us in?
I definitely won't match that, but
Not many of us here will.
yeah. But thank you, John. DupliCloud is cloud infrastructure automation, and we really help organizations, especially startups, get ready for either big organizations, large IT, and government entities, and prepare them for FedRAMP, SOC 2, and many other compliance standards, and get them ready out of the box with that cloud storage. So,
Awesome. Thank you. Sir, jumping right in, how does your organization now, being IBM, we won't talk about the other ones quite yet.
Okay.
How are you approaching partnering with startups right now? How are you guys thinking about that?
Well, I'll start with this. And how we do it at IBM, and in many respects, a lot of it is shaped from my previous experiences. Again, being that consumer and then working in small business. And what these sessions are really all about. It's about how do you build the relationship? How do you start that relationship between the integrator and the defense contractor, and then working your way back with your partners that have unique, capable skills, differentiating technology that is really required to be leveraged now in the world of defense contracting and working back to the government. And so I would tell you from an IBM perspective, it is being here and being a member with the Capital Factory, building relationships, understanding what the technologies are, understanding the capabilities, understanding the small business, so that when we're looking to pursue opportunities in the government space, we know exactly the kind of relationships, we understand the size and the capability of the small business, we understand the technology, and that we can contribute our infrastructure and capabilities to help bring the whole team along to achieve the end state that the Department of Defense, and in particular the Army, needs.
Awesome. Thank you. Little bit different question, just about, how is your organization approaching partnering with larger corporations. And then to follow on that, you have a unique business model, and could you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. One partner that I really have in particular is AWS, and we partner with them through the Authority to Operate program. And if none of you know what the AOT program actually is, it's for small organizations, startup to SMB, in order to actually connect with partners like us that can prepare them for FedRAMP, FISMA, other SOC 2 compliance standards or other compliance in the public sector. And one great thing about being able to actually partner with these people, not only just the customer, but also AWS in general, and big, large organizations, is you can actually get the ability to learn from them hands-on of what it's like to actually support a government entity. And a lot of that is really, I guess, really kind of helpful in a sense to where you can dig down in deep and learn from this partner from, let's say, AWS, and they can teach you what it's like to actually keep up with that change of pace in a government entity and to support the workloads of the government and any other type of organization within the public sector.
Any of the things that you learned from that, was anything really surprising to you? Anything stick out?
Can you elaborate?
You said you learned a lot about just how to work with larger companies. Was there anything that kind of shocked you about, maybe it's the challenge of just getting a hold of someone, like someone to listen to, someone to take your call? Like, what was your biggest hurdle?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely the actual requirements. Typically a government entity was going to come to you and they're going to want to learn from you, and because you're small, they're otherwise they would have it in-house. They would do it all themselves, but they're coming to you and they want to learn, and that's not something that you would expect from a government entity. You think that they're all self-sustainable, but they come to you and they want to help, and they want to help you help them, and that's going to be their biggest goal. So don't be afraid to get your work out there and showcase your wins and document your losses and how you grew from them, and that's the most important part. And they want to see that. And so all these successful customers that you have, document their case studies, bring them to them, and be prepared to treat your customers well, your initial customers especially, and be prepared to showcase them to that government entity when they ask for them during that RFP process.
Awesome. That sounds you've been on quite a journey.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, sir, do you have any advice? I'm going to ask you two questions. The first one is, do you have any advice from a large corporation's perspective on how to create a relationship with a startup in a smooth way? And my second one will be completely opposite, because you've been part of a startup as well. So what is your advice to a startup interacting with a corporate entity?
Let me flip them
Perfect.
and start. So again, transitioning from the military for me into the world of business, it was important to understand everything from the business development cycle through capture, through proposal, and then into execution and delivery. From a small business perspective that may have had 5 to 10 people in it, what was the biggest challenge was how do I sort of describe my organization and my technology in a way that would resonate with the large business or the large entity to the point where we were then seen as value added to the opportunity. And in many cases, the big challenge was you're literally a one-armed paper hanger. You're out there doing every aspect of the business, trying to keep yourself alive in the small world, but then now transitioning to work with a large entity that has, and I wanted to jump in earlier on this, they've got a process. It's like any other large organization that has certain processes that they've got to work themselves through, and it becomes important, how do you fit into that process? So from the large perspective, it becomes extremely important to make sure that you are accurately describing your process so that the startup or the small business knows how to fit in, where to fit in, what aspects of do they need assistance with from the large entity to be able to successfully onboard them and to make them feel like they're part of the team. The lessons learned for me from being in the service in uniform and now from small business to larger enterprise organizations is teamwork. And how do you create the right kind of interaction and relationships by which, from a small, I feel like I'm part of the team. I don't need to worry about my intellectual property being lifted on me to that extent. And then from a large perspective, it is the way in which you treat your partners, your subs. They are part of your organization, and when you create that and you create the right environment, you're usually going to find out that it works successfully for both the large entity as well as the small business. Hopefully that answers your question.
It absolutely did. Thank you. I saw you, Zach, I saw you nodding a lot. Is there anything you wanted to add or just agree with in general?
I disagreed, absolutely not. No, he definitely touched on a lot of pieces that I stumped over, so thank you, John.
Awesome. So before we, I'm going to ask for a couple questions just for you guys, but before I turn it over to the audience, is there anything else you just want to, maybe I didn't get to in my questions that either of you wanted to share with the group?
No?
Well, again, if I could if there was a can on stage and I would kick it, it's what you're doing now and the value of what happens here at Fed Supernova is growing your network, building relationships. Don't take it for granted. Use the opportunity with large enterprise organizations that are here. Introduce yourself. Make yourself known. And on the part of the large enterprises, it's you don't know what you don't know. There's obviously technology that exists out there today that if they knew how to do it, they would. In many cases, they're coming to a lot of small business and startups because you've got extremely unique capabilities that are differentiators in the world of government contracting and support the DoD enterprise.
Awesome. Thank you. Zach?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add on to that, he, really hit it on the nail, but don't be afraid. Get out there, make that connection, and it's okay if you don't know every step of the process. Those partners are going to help you through that. So.
Awesome. We have just a couple minutes before I'm going to invite the rest of the panel up. Are there any questions from the audience at this point? No?
Don't be shy.
Quiet group today. Oh, it's right after lunch. Yes, sir.
So, question on, hey, Mike. You talk about sort of the large organizations, they've got their process, the sort of large enterprise. What advice would you have for a startup that's trying to align incentives and sort of synchronize the speed? What I've seen challenging is you've got a tech company coming into a larger enterprise. A lot of those P&L leaders are incentivized for hours billed or rev, and there's not a good synchronization of incentives. What advice would you give to folks in the crowd that are thinking through that?
That's a great question. And, what I think that I would add to that is a lot of that onus is on the back, really, of the large enterprise, okay? And you have got to be, there's got to be truth in lending to the process so that you understand, and as you're talking to your partners about that speed of which and how we're going to help deliver capability. And I don't want to oversimplify it, but it's what my grandmother told me a long time ago. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. In other words, treat your partners with the dignity and respect that they deserve and that they need, and that they understand that you're building a team. And when you build that team, we'll help guide you through that process, because in many cases, that small is coming to you again, with some very unique skills and capabilities, but they don't understand your process. So it's incumbent upon the large enterprise to make sure that you do not forget how to help your partner, your sub, whatever it is that you want to call it, how you successfully onboard them. I go back to my experiences of being a soldier in uniform. After about 30 plus years, you get a brand new soldier, brand new private that comes out of basic training. He doesn't know anything about your organization. The question is how do you onboard them, and how do you make sure that they understand that they are part of your team, because it's the total team that becomes successful in combat. It's the total team that becomes successful in the world of government contracting. And when you create an environment by which you successfully onboard and treat people and treat businesses and entities with the things that they need to be successful and part of your team, chances are you're going to be successful.
Okay, anyone else? We are down to the minute. This is a very, very timely group. Okay, last call? All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and invite the rest of our panel up. I'll give a little bit of an intro formally as their positions, but also a little bit of a intro of the background of why they're here, how they fit in. Gil, sir, great to see you. And why we have them on this panel today. So, Gil Gonzalez and John O'Grady down on the end. These two gentlemen are representatives to their company, Raytheon BAE Systems. They're on our Innovation Council, also known as our corporate members. And they are here in the Capital Factory ecosystem to get into this, find startups, learn about how to work with startups, and they both have successfully done so. So that's what we're here to talk about today. Will Edwards, the CEO of Firehawk, a portfolio company here at Capital Factory, and Gary Raven with Gen XCom, also a portfolio company here at Capital Factory. And you guys have, thank you for sitting next to each other, by the way.
Sure. Oh, that was planned.
So I'm giving the very, very high level summary of why you guys are sitting in front of this group. John, could you explain kind of your position here with Raytheon and how you got connected with Will and kind of what that journey looked like?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with everybody today. So John O'Grady, Director of Regional Strategic Engagements and Army Modernization and Futures Command. And so the strategic engagements part of that is really the full spectrum, everything from academia to venture capital to startups to big business, you name it, right? And where those partnerships make sense, because we realize, I believe you mentioned it, sir, it's a team sport, whatever we're doing here, and the problems that we're trying to tackle. And so that's who I am. That's why I'm here as part of the Capital Factory. Really, the relationship with Will is one that had already been initiated, and I was very easily able to just jump on board with that as well. And it's been a pleasure to just watch what he's been doing. And our relationship with him and the Firehawk enterprise as a whole, because it's hugely important. We're a minority investor, and we're working together and collaborating on a couple of projects as well. One here, that's due in October, right? And so, yeah, really looking forward to it, and it's just been it's been good, initially. But there were hiccups as well early on too, but we worked through.
We would love to hear about those. Before we get to the hiccups, Will, can you give us just a little bit of background about you, your company, how you came to be at Capital Factory, and how you came to be sitting on this panel?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Can we talk about the hiccups?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah. So if you've been at Capital Factory for the past year, you've probably seen me carrying around what looks like a big roll of paper towels, or I don't know, maybe a wiffle ball bat, something. But so what Firehawk does is we build rocket engines, and we build really unique rocket engines that are powered by 3D printed rocket fuel. This is an innovation that really we haven't seen yet. Firehawk holds the IP on 3D printed rocket fuel, and it's allowed us to build this type of engine that has unique capabilities that really aren't seen today. If you look at what we field for military purposes, it's a solid rocket motor, great ballistic systems. They can go far, they can go fast, but they lack different capabilities like throttling, aka you can't slow it down. It burns to completion. You can't control the thrust profile. The really cool thing about the engine we've built is we can throttle, turn off, restart. So now we've created this really smart, low-cost rocket engine that has these increased capabilities, and it's allowing for a lot of cool projects that we have really been able to move a lot faster than planned by working with Raytheon. One thing I'd like to say just why this is really important, and that is if you look at one of the biggest threats today, it's hypersonic systems. Hypersonic systems, it seems like all we hear about in the news is how we're farther behind than our adversaries. It's scary. So what a hypersonic system is a ballistic missile that goes way out of Earth's atmosphere, wings come out, and then the nuclear warhead comes flying back in faster, 5 times faster than the speed of sound, and it glides around and does all of these swirls and is capable of, evading pretty much any nuclear deterrent system that we have today. So what Firehawk's mission is to build a system that's smart enough, that's maneuverable enough, capable of maneuvering well enough to follow that hypersonic system and track it and kill it and defeat it. So last year and this year, Capital Factory invested in us, so they've been phenomenal. And now we've been working with Raytheon for the better part of almost a year now. So almost on our 1-year anniversary.
Oh, it's interesting that you say anniversary because General Morgan shared a story about his grandmother. I'm also going to share you a story about my grandmother. She asked me what I did here, what's my job, and she's 89, so it's like, where do I start? I essentially told her that I matchmake startup, young, small companies with big, giant companies. She was like, huh? You work at a dating app? So I just kind of, no big deal. So that's what she thinks I do, just for the record. So how did you guys get matched?
I'll let you answer that question, but I got to give your grandmother credit because she knows even about dating apps. You may want to check it. You may want to check her phone.
Only because I have 2 aunts that are on them all the time.
Yeah, so we had the opportunity to pitch Wes, Raytheon Missile and Defense's president, last April 2021. So we pitched him and his team what Firehawk was working on, what we were doing at NASA Stennis Space Center, and I think we were able to catch their attention. After, they did about 6 months of diligence into us. So the introduction was made through one of our board members, Dr. Will Roper. But yeah, after about 6 months of diligence, a lot of diligence, they visited all of our facilities. We spoke with them on Zoom almost every single day. We were able to become you guys made like you said, a minority investment into us, and then 6 months after that, we signed a contract to do research and development together. So we just came together through, it was right timing. I know Raytheon was interested in working with startups, and we happened to be a startup that piqued their interest at the time. So
Awesome, thank you. John, anything to add?
I'd just add that we just made our second investment as well, right? And so, when you do the due diligence, when you do a lot of the things that the panelists were speaking about earlier, success just begets success, right? And you start building momentum with, some of these micro wins, and you just start stacking them on top of each other, and that's really where you start seeing some of the goodness come out of the relationship.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, this is essentially going to be the exact same question, so bear with me. But Gil, can you tell us a little bit about your role at BAE Systems and how you operate here in the Capital Factory ecosystem?
Sure. So I'm a technology scouting director at BAE Systems within our Fast Labs organization, where R&D is centered within BAE Systems. The way we function here at the Capital Factory is I'm looking for that external technology that is in these small companies, these startups that we can partner with to bring that technology together with our technology, integrate it, and deliver it to the warfighter faster than we would be able to do, and in a more agile way and more cost effectively than we would if we did it by ourselves. Okay, so that's kind of the gist of it.
Awesome, thank you. Gary, can you tell us a little bit about your company and your journey and how you ended up here sitting on this panel with us?
Sure. So my name is Gary Raven. I'm the head of advanced programs at GenXCom, also known as GXC. We're a startup based out of the University of Texas at Austin, which is a common source for technology startups here in the state of Texas. And we developed a number of key technologies around using photonics, photonic integrated circuits. Those are circuits that use light rather than electronics or electricity for signal processing in the RF domain, radio frequency domain. And so what that allows us to do is develop low power, small form factor, integrated photonics that could support things like enabling full duplex communication, enabling wireless devices to transmit and receive at the same time without interfering with themselves. And that can be applied to a number of different domains, to communications like your cell phone. It can also be applied to things like electronic warfare systems, radar systems. Makes it more efficient, higher fidelity, lower latency, and provides significant operational benefit. We're also leveraging that technology to develop chipsets for optical computation to enable low power, small form factor AI accelerators. So things you could deploy on a UAV, a ground-based robot, maybe a ground-based sensing system. Because we're using light passing through a media, it requires almost no energy, dissipates no heat. And so you can deploy AI right out to the edge, where you can get those low latency object identification, scene identification, alerting I&W type capabilities right there where they occur. And then finally, we're leveraging that technology to provide mesh-based private cellular networks. So we integrate in that signal processing and interference cancellation to create spectrally efficient, highly secure, ultra-low latency private cellular networks. So rather than having to depend on a carrier or on Wi-Fi that can be unsecure, it can have very high latencies, does not scale well with number of users. We provide a complete bundled solution for your own private cellular network operating what's known as the CBRS band, which is this lightly licensed band that's been provisioned for enterprises, organizations, et cetera, to stand up your own cell networks. So that's kind of who we are, what the company focuses on. And we originally began working with BAE. We met originally at a trade show because we were looking for somebody who might want to partner with us on a Phase 2 SBIR. And so we were introduced to a representative of BAE's tech scouting group. And what was great about that is, if you approach, potentially a large organization, asking them if they'll maybe team with you on a project you're going to prime, there may be questions about what's the value add, but BAE was very aggressive about wanting to bring in new technologies. Be known as bringing in small innovative companies that can help solve the problems for their customers. And so they responded very rapidly, and they helped us find the ideal customer for our technology. They introduced us to that customer. They vouched for the fact that our technology could be of benefit to them. And importantly, they provided information to us on what the key problems were, because that can be one of the hardest things in approaching some of the customers in this space, is that you can't always get access to, well, what are some of the key issues you're really facing? Well, BAE knew that because they were involved in that, working with that program office. And so that allowed us to highly tailor our approach, and together we won a Phase 2 SBIR with one of BAE's main customers. It's been a great experience working together on it. Very collaborative. Our teams got to know each other extremely well, and really worked together very closely. And based on that, we've actually pursued and won 2 additional opportunities. One with us a prime and one with BAE as a prime. And that's within the span of the past 2.5 years. So it's been a really great collaborative, and I believe mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah, and I'll second that. He had made a lot of great points. And one of the points I want to make is, with us looking at being able to be a prime or a sub to a startup company, right, is a big thing in that we're willing to work different business models based on the need and what makes sense in that case. And one of the things I want to point out is that, one of those contracts, GenXCom was the enabler for us. They were the differentiating technology that we brought to our technology, and this is, and you can read this. There's a public release about this, which is awesome. I was glad that we were able to get that out there, and that technology, their photonics technology, merged with our electronics. We're on track, on path to taking electronics from that's in a rack the size of a mini fridge and compressing it down to the size of a quarter. Right, so that's where we're headed with this, and that's because the technology these guys have, which, like I said before, if we were to try to do that ourselves, going from the get-go, it would take a while to ramp up. You got to build the skills, the capabilities, build up that technology, which these guys already had in place. They had investors that had already put money into that technology, so we could come in, we could partner, we could marry up with one of our customers and make the case.
Awesome. And you guys get extra credit. You literally answered every one of my questions, and I didn't.
Yeah, we heard them before.
Okay. Well, I don't even need to be here then. I'll just. Thank you for that. I have one last, really big question, a little bit broad, and it's also in the same vein of the dating app. So, what's the secret to a happy relationship? Here, not
I would say, for us, it's really the dialogue and making sure that we're all keeping each other honest, right? The comments, General had made the comments earlier that the Prime has a very significant effort here to make sure that the right things are happening in the right kinds of ways, and we do. We have to. We can bury these guys in contract material, right? And it would turn them off and they wouldn't want to come work with us, right? But we don't want to do that. We want to work with them. So, which means that when we look at transitioning technology, and that's, in our R&D organization, that's what we're doing. We are transitioning technology, but we always say technology. What we're actually transitioning is technology and a business. So that business is being transitioned to other business units within BAE Systems that then we have to make sure they're understanding of the way to work with a startup company, and not to go roll over them, right? Because you can do it accidentally. So I've been to Gordon's Founders Academy, so I'm parroting some of the stuff that he says.
More extra credit.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I take tips. But those are things that we have to pay attention to. We have to kind of be shepherds for these small businesses as they transition through our company. And so that's one of the things that we do is we stay in contact. I'm a tech scout, right? I don't execute on these programs that Gary's talking about. We have teams that do execute. But what I do is I stay in contact. If they're being ghosted, let me know. I will talk to that team. I will make sure they're not being ghosted, right? And so I can reach into resources within the organization to make sure that we're taking care of them and, connect them with our supply chain even, right? It's not just the technologists, it's our supply chain that has to be evolved too. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Gary, anything to add?
I'm pretty practical about this. I think keeping the relationship alive involves winning business. And that's what we've really done together. We've won business. And we've exceeded our customers' expectations, and we've done that by working together. And that's really the ultimate test of, a relationship of this type. And so I think it's, as I mentioned before, in that way it's been, very valuable to us. These are sizable contracts for us. Obviously not from a monetary perspective, maybe as significant to BAE, but it's important relationship building and execution for BAE as well, with these same customers. And so I think really it's just proving out that the relationship has value, and for us it's been extremely valuable.
Awesome. Thank you. Your happy relationship?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I am, right? And I think Will is too. And I think, as I think through this and going back to your question, there's a couple of things. Know what it is that whoever you're partnering with does well. And don't start to dilute that with a bunch of other things you layer on top of them, whether it be processes, bureaucracy, whatever it is, right? Try to just dilute as much of that as humanly possible and allow them to focus on why it is you entered the relationship with them. That sounds real simple, But in an organization of 190,000 people, right, that I don't even know all those folks, there's always somebody out there who's well-intended and is going to reach out and tell, Will or his partners, hey, we need X, Y, Z, by COB Friday. Okay, well, that's the second reason why, that's the second thing. Recognizing that the clock that Raytheon watches tick on the wall and the clock that he watches tick on the wall, those second hands are not moving at the same speed, people. Correct. Right? And always be very conscious about that too. And so those would be probably two of the key things that I think I would offer. The last one would be have that single point of contact, that Sherpa, that company has direct access. It's a phone call, it's an email, it's a whatever, and everybody who works with that person and knows, that the call came in, whether it's an executive, assistant or whatever, understands, hey, that goes to the top of the list. Again, for the reason I talked about, that the second hands move at a different speed, and be very wary of that in their world.
Well, anything to add?
I mean, yeah, just from my experience, I want to reiterate that, communication and dialogue is critical. The biggest problems we always had were always settled when we quit going back and forth via email and just got on the phone and talked to each other. The moment you can speak on the phone, yeah, it's incredible the problems you can solve that have been existing for weeks. So communication, they nailed that. And then also opportunity. What are we doing if there's not a business opportunity for a startup like us? We need that chance to actually deliver on a product and to work on something that we do well. And we want it to fulfill a need of Raytheon's. Otherwise, why are they working with us? So to just be able to form a relationship where they know what they could use us for, they know what opportunities they can give us, and then also to have that Sherpa where, when people from Raytheon visit our facility sometimes, it's 5 people from, Connecticut, Boston, Arizona, you name it, California. So there's a lot of different offices, and sometimes things can get tangled up. But to have one person who can explain what's going on and make sure that what is said is delivered, that can make for a healthy relationship. So opportunity and dialogue.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, we're going to try these questions again. We've got 1 whole minute. Who has questions? Sir.
So, okay, question to Will. If you can walk us through your journey from nothing to what you are right now, especially from a technology readiness point of view, what kind of readiness is needed before you approach a prime and work with them and, that?
Yeah, I would need more than 1 minute, to be honest. But okay, so we got started when my co-founder thought, hey, there's a better way to make rocket fuel. Let's 3D print it. That can make a cheaper, better performing rocket engine that can be scaled, and it can be used for a variety of different use cases. Over that period of time, he started testing it in the lab. We started testing it at NASA. We started doing engine tests. Our TRL level, by the time we spoke with Raytheon, was at about an 8. So we were way up there. I mean, really the next thing that's left for us to do is to just fly the thing, which we plan on doing next year. We know everything we know about our engine so far, but to flight test, it does say something to hit that TRL 9. So really, we were really well developed. We had issued IP. That was one of the reasons why it took a while for our relationship to become fully formed, because obviously Raytheon has a ton of background IP, so do we, and then we're developing IP together. So we had to make sure that we segmented that background IP, and then we had to think of a fair way to share the foreground IP. So it was a year-long process, but we needed that year to make sure it was done properly, and it ended up with a really healthy relationship where both companies are comfortable working together.
Awesome. Mary, did you say I could take another question? Okay, we got another question if there's one out there. Oh, sir.
Just to build on that point, your perception is a large corporation kind of gobble up startups.
And it sounds like you've been able to maintain a certain trust and respect. Is there any secret to that sauce? Because that's very important for the younger startups.
Communication again. Like if you're going back and forth with attorneys, it's going to go on for months and months and months. If you can just get on the phone between 2 trusted people on either side on the business side, and no offense against attorneys. Attorneys keep companies alive and protected. But if you can just get the two business folks on the phone and have a conversation and really hash it out, not over email, then what's said in a conversation and you put that down on paper and you follow that, that's how you can do it. But
And I would add to
Yeah.
that, respecting the IP that's there, right? And saying, look, that small business has their IP. That's your IP, right? And then, like you said, there's forward IP, right? Developing together, making sure that everybody's respecting what IP belongs where and moving forward, because you don't want to go forth with it's like a bad marriage, right? If you don't work it out and figure all that out up front.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is you've got to make sure from the large, right, the big, that you are really culturally ready to do what it is you say you're getting ready to do. And again, if you've got, tons of antibodies, if you're going to make everything a federal case because you can, not because it needs to be, right? That's not a good environment. You can crush a small in a minute. So making sure and really have that honest dialogue internal first, that you're doing everything you can to make sure that this is a successful relationship. Because inside the startup world, you better believe, information travels fast, right? We get maybe 1-2 chances to screw it up. After that, good luck, right? Good luck. And so it's really important that you have the culture in place to make sure that you don't do it either intentionally or unintentionally, quite frankly. And that's really more times the case where it happens. It's just you just unintentionally crush that small.
Thank you. Sir, did you have something to add?
I'll tag onto that and back to your question. It starts with that sort of cultural perspective inside, and especially the large or the prime in this case. But where I've seen it successful is when you tend to follow a framework of coach, teach, mentor, and grow. If you have that as part of your principal aspects about who you are, recognizing that there is a coaching responsibility within the large primes. There's a teaching aspect about the world. I'm going to come back to my roots. I'm a soldier, soldier for life. And the complex environment that soldiers operate in, the contracting world that primes and small businesses and startups operate in, is complicated. And so the large organizations have a core responsibility to coach, teach, mentor, and grow. And where you start with that is the fundamental premise of how you enter into the relationships, usually fosters the kind of success that you want to see between small business startups, large contractors, and integrators. So that's kind of been the mindset and the perspective of how to go forward and create success.
Awesome. Thank you. John and Morgan, Zach, as our valued partners here on this panel, is there anything you'd like to add for closing remarks?
I ain't got nothing, John.
respect that.
I mean, they really, gave it all to you. And, take some notes down, especially throughout this entire event. There's some great speakers out here, so.
Network, 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 network. Build the relationships, and enter into this thorny, complex world of contracting and support to DOD and the warfighters. And the one thing that I would ask you to keep in mind, at the end of the day, what we put in the hands of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines has to work. Okay? It has to work. And so if anybody was paying attention to what the Deputy ASALT, Young Bong, was saying earlier, we want that unique technology and capability to come forward, and the Army, in this particular case, wants you in for the full ride. Yeah, maybe there's an opportunity to sell something quick, sell off your company, and make a few bucks. But at the end of the day, it's about our national defense. It's about what we put in the hands of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. It's got to work, and we want you in for the full ride because that means you're part of the process. And being part of the process is what will deliver success for our young men and women in uniform.
Thank you. And thanks to all of you for being on the panel today. Thanks to you guys for joining us. And you can probably find some of these folks around for the rest of the day if you have more questions. Thank you.
And this is the only fuel you can take on an aircraft in the cabin.
That's right, Southwest flights.
Will, enjoy. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. That's great.
Appreciate it, guys. Oh.
John Morgan.
So I'd love to have a conversation with you. Think about New York. Based in New York. I really shouldn't have. Yeah, I had the white covering. Anyway, so think about it. So right.
Good.
All right, everybody. If you can have your seats for the next panel. I love that you guys are building relationships and can everybody hear me? Hello. Hey, General, how you doing? If everybody can have your seats, we're going to move forward to the next panel. Love it. Everybody's doing their professional dating, taking great advice from the last panel. All right, everybody, we're going to get this show on the road, whether you're ready or not. We're excited to get the next panel. Have David Glover here of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. He's going to lead our next panel of how the community tech can help the intel community. So give it up, David.
Awesome. Thank you. So welcome, everyone. My name is David Grover, as you mentioned, from NGA, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So I am your local Austin industry and academic engagement lead. So if you ever have questions and want to reach out to NGA locally, you're welcome to come see myself and our team here in Austin. Easy to get a hold of us. But mostly I want to welcome you today to our NGA discussion on accelerating our sourcing of new technology, new sensors, analytics, and automation, and how that automation is essential to feeding our combat systems. As a reminder, if you're not familiar with NGA, NGA is the world leader in timely, relevant, accurate, and actionable GeoInt. NGA enables the U.S. intelligence community and our Department of Defense allies and partners to meet our national security priorities. Our goal is always to anticipate our partners' future needs and advance the GeoInt discipline to meet those needs today. We've got a great panel lined up for you. We're going to do it in a little bit of two different sections. We're going to start with Dr. Cindy Daniel. She is NGA's Director of Research and leads our research and development portfolio for the agency. Dr. Daniel brings more than 30 years of experience in the Department of Defense and community from both government service and private industry, with particular focus on developing and integrating image processing, computer vision, and artificial intelligence into the system. And once she's done with her remarks, we're going to have a panel that we'll introduce shortly after that. So if you can, please welcome Dr. Daniel to the stage.
Thank you. So thank you, David, for that very nice introduction. Hello, everyone. First, I want to say it's fantastic to be here in awesome Austin. Like you've never heard that before. But it's been a really great 2 days so far, and we're looking forward to the rest of it. I'm excited to be here with you to open our NGA panel and to speak to you about three of my favorite subjects: artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the future of automation in NGA and the intelligence community writ large. But first, I want to say, in addition to how wonderful it is to be in Austin, how great this Supernova event is, and thank you to all the Capital Factory staff who continue to put on great events. Very well done. So this concept of bringing together federal entities, industry partners, and academic innovation leaders under one roof presents an incredible opportunity for all of us to connect and tackle some of the national security problems together. Key word there today is the word together. So our national security challenges are too difficult for the government to solve alone. So I cannot emphasize enough how important it is that we join together to come up with novel, practical solutions. I also want to pass best wishes from my boss, the Associate Director for Capabilities at NGA, Phil Chidoba. Research and data and digital innovation you'll hear about later, and our IT services all fall underneath our capabilities director or division. He could not be here today, and also from our NGA's director, Vice Admiral Frank Whitworth. So what I'd like to do is to introduce you into a little bit about what NGA does and how we plan to incorporate recent technological advances. And I'll kick off with one of my favorite quotes which I think captures how we should all think about the future and technology. It comes from, apologies to those French speakers in the audience, it comes from Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Hopefully I didn't botch it too much. But a French aviator and author, one of my favorites, in his book Citadel, he wrote, "As for the future, your task is not to foresee it, but to enable it." And that's how I like to think about our collective task. Yes, the future is unknowable, but our resources, our strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and as well as the trends that lie before us are not. From these, we can make educated guesses on how to enable the future and, where possible, accelerate it. So as David mentioned, today I'm representing both the NGA, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency writ large, and NGA's Research Directorate, the office that enables the future. For those of you who are not familiar with NGA's mission, it's relatively simple. We provide geospatial intelligence for our nation's security. So what is geospatial intelligence, or GeoInt for short? That's also fairly straightforward. It's simply the exploitation and analysis of imagery and geospatial information to describe, assess, and visually depict features, physical features, and geographically referenced activities on the Earth. So GeoInt tells you what is happening where and what might happen when. GeoInt has been a critical source of information for all eternity, but particularly for the modern national security apparatus, enabling a comprehensive view of the world. When we layer this with multiple types of imagery and combine it with other intelligence sources, it literally reveals the ground truth, informing critical national security decisions surrounding the Cuban Missile Crisis, the raid on Osama bin Laden's compound, and to support humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Needless to say, it's also playing a crucial role in our war in Ukraine. So as our former NGA Deputy Director and also former Principal Deputy Director of the National Intelligence, Sue Gordon, would say, she said, anything put into the context of space and time makes things more easily understood, thereby empowering decision advantage. This GeoInt decision advantage Deputy Gordon spoke of is imperative to our national security and informs the capability development in NGA. From the research perspective, we divide up the work into 3 lines of efforts. The first is foundational GeoInt. This is accurate, high-resolution, continually updated representations of the Earth's properties, such as physical models, activity models, and positioning, navigation, and timing, are better known as PNT. Second, collection technologies, efficient strategies and methods to deliver spatiotemporal data from an increasing number of sources: government, commercial, open source, international, classified, unclassified, space, air, and ground, just to name a few. Lastly, analytic technologies. Accurate, timely, reliable, and scalable methods for data exploitation and analysis, which constantly evolve based on the available technologies, the data sources, mission, and emerging threats. If you haven't noticed, a recurring theme today is data. More specifically, its increasing availability. Our analysts, whose numbers are not growing as rapidly, need help sifting, cataloging, prioritizing the data before they can even begin to understand it. So it's no surprise that our NGA focus is increasingly turning to artificial intelligence and machine learning for help with this data analysis and production of intelligence. This is reflected by NGA's upcoming operational control of the MAVEN project planned for FY23. MAVEN will enable us to integrate and institutionalize automated geospatial AI capabilities with NGA's strategic priorities. This will ultimately enable NGA to provide our military service customers with the critical and timely insights they require. To this end, we are looking for the full spectrum of capabilities, everything from discrete, bespoke software products to complete end-to-end solutions. We are working hard to develop both software and requirements for future systems that enable the information to be reliable, timely, accessible, and of course, accurate. We have legacy data sets, foundational data sets, new data sets that all need to be fused to ensure the most accurate information is present to those we support. New sensors and sources are being developed at a rate we've never seen before, and we need to stay ahead of our adversaries. So we need to incorporate more automation and to utilize advanced modeling and machine learning to push the envelope even further. So accuracy is just one element, and speed is the other. We must reduce the collection, analysis, and production timelines from hours to minutes, and then minutes to seconds, so that our warfighters, policymakers, first responders, and others can not just have the data, but information and understanding readily available. So as I mentioned in my opening, NGA cannot solve these problems alone. We need your help, every single one of you, to accelerate this development, integration, sustainment, and refresh of automation and computer vision. To this end, we are expanding our partnerships with all sorts of innovation in the commercial space. This means we're providing new engagement venues and mechanisms to enable government teaming with smaller, non-traditional companies who are no less innovative than their larger counterparts. But they may not have the necessary expertise to navigate the government contracting system or gain a close understanding of our problem set and technology needs. So here are some vehicles that we use to incorporate new solutions. Last year, NGA put out the most agile vehicle we have, and that is the Boosting Innovative GEOINT Research Broad Agency Announcement, or bigger BAA for short. It provides a summary of our interest areas and a level entry point for industry, small businesses, startups, academia, and nonprofits. The whole spectrum of potential performers. This BAA can support traditional defense contracting or more commercially accessible other transactions. In essence, we are striving to make it easier for all types of technology providers to work with us, which will allow NGA to expand its reach across a broader and more diverse set of performers. We will be releasing more topics, both open, broad, and specific, with the bigger BAA in the future, so stay tuned. We also have a dedicated industry engagement team designed to facilitate the introduction of commercial products and solutions to the agency. This past year, the industry engagement team, of which David is a critical member representing research, and the team itself has engaged over 270 companies, and 103 came for detailed discussions with representatives from the operational teams. This team's goal is to ensure that industry's innovative solutions are known within our government enterprise. It allows us to understand the state of technology and also helps us to write better and more informed solicitation announcements. Then we also launched a new technology accelerator program in St. Louis, the intelligence community's first. It came out of our Moonshot Lab to enable the government to train non-traditional solution providers, most of which had never worked with the government before, and assess their novel commercial solutions to specific geospatial problems, and simultaneously expand and foster the geospatial innovation base. We recently graduated the third cohort from this accelerators program, and we're looking at ways to continue to grow the geospatial performer base. So these efforts complement NGA's other outreach efforts, whether to colleges and universities or all sizes of industry. We have grants. We also work with the Small Business Technology Transfer Program, or STTR for short, and the Small Business Innovation Research Program, or SBIR program for short, which we are very grateful to see is now on a path to reauthorization for those of you who have been following it. So that's a huge relief. We also have bailment agreements, which enable the government to assess promising commercial solutions for mission utility. And I would like to proudly say that NGA, just so you know, is the only agency in the IC that uses the SBIR and STTR programs. So come work with us. With regards to government partnerships, the agency, and research in particularly, is creating and expanding relationships across government innovators in places like the Army, Navy, Air Force Labs, IARPA, DARPA, the Defense Innovation Unit, Strategic Capabilities Office, InQtel, civil organizations like NASA and National Science Foundation, and as well places here like the Capitol Factory in Austin. This effort includes direct outreach to combatant commands who are closest to the fight. We are also increasingly looking for mutual beneficial opportunities with our trusted allies in the international community. For research, these partnerships and outreach are led by Tom Vashik, sitting over here. So he is our strategic partnerships lead for all of this in the research directorate. NGA is also an active member of the Tactical Assault Kit, or TAC program, providing direct geospatial support to the warfighter on the battlefield today. And many of you may have participated in TAC. The Offsite Conference was in Austin here just last month. So I'm going to wrap up now and give you a summary of just a few agency-wide efforts, and particularly those led by the Data and Digital Innovation Team, DDI team, which they're waiting in the weeks here to come sit on the panel. They will provide a great segue, or this will provide a great segue to our panel discussion. DDI's mission is to lead the GeoInt community through the agency's adoption of AI, provide governance for these efforts, and support the IC and warfighter success through near-term operationalization. Excuse me. I'm going to take it and give it to the people who want to operate it, of both AI and data capabilities. And here are their priorities. The first is the availability of data. We know that to build effective models, you need relevant and accurate test data that represents the format and structure of operational data as closely as possible. So over the next year, we are working to create an open data repository with a variety of sample data sets made just for you for use by academia and industry partners. Further, we are looking at creating a truly representative development sandbox architecture on the unclassified domain to be able to run, test, and demonstrate solutions and models in an operationally relevant architecture. Our goal is to enable you to quickly iterate on solutions while maintaining operational security and control. So these advances are being tested and accelerated within our Moonshot Labs facility in St. Louis and will be a permanent feature of the new facility in St. Louis when it opens, I believe, another year or two. That will be our western headquarters of the National Geospatial Agency, as opposed to the Moonshot Labs, which is a multi-use facility downtown. So lastly, their last emphasis is automation. While the entire agency and research is focusing on automation and computer vision, machine learning applications, you will be seeing specific opportunities coming from research and the DDI directorates. Keep an eye out for more details in the coming months as we look to implement these important efforts. And this is a great segue now to our panel with NGA's Data and Digital Innovation Team, which has the mission to lead the GeoInt community through strategic AI direction and governance, support IC warfighter success to operationalize AI and the data capabilities. And lastly, these collective efforts will truly enable the future, but only if we all work together. Again, welcome to the NGA panel discussion. Thank you very much for spending your time here, and we look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Dano. So I'd like to introduce our panel. Our moderator today is Mr. Mark Munzel. He is the Deputy Director of our Data and Digital Innovation Directorate. Formerly, he was our Chief Technology Officer, as well as the Deputy Director of Chief Information Officer for our IT Services Directorate. So welcome, Mark. We also have Ms. Rachel Martin, who is currently the Plans, Programs, and Strategy Office Director in the DDI innovation component. Ms. Martin is the agency's chief proponent for setting the strategic vision for artificial intelligence and data acceleration efforts, a leading force for NGA and the greater GeoInt community on our path to AI and automation. Mr. Alex Miller is currently the Strategic and Technology Advisor for Army Intelligence, working across the IC, Defense, Intel, Enterprise, Academia, and the Sciences. Alex's portfolio includes AI, robotics, advanced tech, and basic research for the U.S. Army. And then finally, Jacqueline Tame is the founder and CEO of GameBreaker AI as a senior advisor for strategic assessment and integration for the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. Jacqueline designed a comprehensive framework to assess digital intelligence and security components in both health and readiness. So welcome, panel, and Mark, over to you.
Thanks, Dave. Are you guys all I was going to say hot, but are you guys live?
No, I need, you know when they turn on the proton pack in Ghostbusters? Like, I need that sound. There you go.
I can see this crowd is easily entertained. and very excited to hear about this, what a lot of people don't know about, so sort of an odd subject for the, I guess, dinner table, something called geospatial intelligence. So if you don't know a lot about it, right, we're going to give you a little bit of learning today. Opportunity for a great conversation with these very, very bright people on the stage, and then a chance for you guys to ask more questions about kind of what it is, what we do, and I'll say why it's important, because it is important. And, you know, this idea of having this ability, right, and we have some unique abilities, the United States does, to be able to observe and understand what's happening in the world, in sometimes great detail, sometimes at the macro level, all the way from climate change to food security, water security, energy security, but of course in the realm of national security, understanding information about what our adversaries are doing, who's doing it, where they're doing it, and why that activity could pose a threat to our national security. And then inform, of course, combatant commanders and inform policymakers, including the president, every day, right? The president will get some kind of report from our agency that depicts in some level of detail what's happening in the world and why it's important. So there's a big idea here, right? That we gain this knowledge and understanding of what's happening so that we can, like I said, better understand, but this idea that we need to do more of that, this idea that we need to have ubiquitous coverage. I don't know, I sometimes like Star Trek, the analogy of when the Enterprise pulls up into a planet and then it runs all these scans, and immediately you sort of, you know, the Enterprise can understand what's important and what's valuable about that planet, if they can, you know, if they can have an away team on the planet. This thing's happening in our world today, and we have more and more sensors being put up every day. There is a point where we will have so many sensors and so much data that agencies like ours, agencies like the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, the European Space Agency, will have so much information that traditional analysts will not be able to digest it. And so we have to automate. We absolutely have to automate. So I'm going to ask the panel here, and they can sort of fight over who would be first. Why do you think this is important? Do you have any particular use cases where you think the advancement of automation of imagery from space or imagery from anything, I'll say, to include terrestrial, ground. Why do you think this is important, and what kind of applications do you see happening in the future?
Go for it.
Sure.
Okay.
So,
Go.
no,
Rachel,
go.
no, you're up.
Okay, it's a fight.
Well, I'm going to start by saying, Mark, if we ever are an away team, make sure you don't wear your red shirt again.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that would be
No, that's
bad,
a good call.
bad idea.
Speaking of which, this red shirt is original gangster. You can get this shirt downstairs, so it's a plug for the Capitol Factory. I did already scope it out. At the end of the day, I'm going to replace this shirt.
OG you bought this morning.
This shirt's been washed about 4,000 times since 2018. And my wife says it's time to retire it. Little does she know, it's being renewed here this week. Rachel.
Sure. So I think what's I guess so valuable about this idea of visual data is that it really helps us get past a lot of disinformation that is harder to perhaps adjust to in more conventional kinds of intelligence reporting. Things that are, or social media or open source are always, there's always that potential for malign interference, and it's harder, not impossible, of course, right? There's certainly deep fakes are a thing, but it's harder to really get into and manipulate that volume of visual data. And as you said, as the amount of it increases, the opportunity to combine unique, different types of visual data together to come to more, to come to better or more confident outcomes or decisions is one that we need to be prepared to take advantage of. I think the danger is when you have that much, right, and you do miss something, then suddenly there's, we as the intelligence community are responsible to answer for why we didn't, well, you had the information, why didn't you see it? And as we invest in different techniques for taking advantage of all of this data, there's a real opportunity to, I think, fundamentally change how we view what GEOINT is and how it's delivered, whether that's to the warfighter or to a decision maker. There's some ways to fundamentally change the tradecraft of GEOINT really from the ground up.
Yep, great points. Alex?
Yeah, so I'm the only non-GEOINTer here, so I get to think about like
Not.
everything else.
Yep.
I guess we're both non-GEOINTers.
No, I'm also not a GEOINTer.
So,
but I love it.
so
See?
why is it important? Like, let's focus on the question, why is it important? So 2017, Putin was recorded as saying, hey, person that leads AI will rule the world. 2019, 2020-ish, Chinese president said AI and algorithms will do the analytic thinking, and then we will wrap human compassion and worth around that. So there's two different philosophies on what AI is to our adversaries, and I will say that very, very, very openly. But the challenge here is a scale problem. Like, it's not a technology problem. I think the technology will get there. Why it's important is how we invest in the foundation. And let me give you some metrics for what that foundation means to me from the Army. So the Army runs 225,000 ground vehicles. 225,000. That is everything from every Toyota Hilux that every cool guy with a beard drove in Afghanistan to every M1A2 SEP B3 that's the most badass tank on the planet.
We have beards, you know.
Say again?
We have beards.
I know. Might have been a reference. But it's every single one of those vehicles has data that's important to how we use it, whether it's for maintenance or employment or getting data off of it or the ACPs on the vehicle or putting cameras on those vehicles. And we want to be able to do something of value with those data. I'm going to say that again because I'm saying it deliberately. Do something of value with those data. It's not just collecting the data. It's not just storing it because we have petabytes of stuff that we'll never look at, ever. But it's being able to actually do something of value. So I'm a big audience participation person. So if you ever, and I'm going to ask deliberate questions, so just wait for your category. If you've ever done military or defense intelligence, put your hand up. Okay? If you've ever done business intelligence, not defense, not military, just business intelligence, going out and talking to people, going out and like trying to figure out what your competitors are doing, right? So all of us have done some type of intelligence work. And the question that we have, and I know it's going to be a later question because we cheated and we saw some of the questions early, is like, why is this relevant? Our big question is, are you really that different from our needs? And then how do we tailor what you're doing? So I'll put a bow on it and then turn over to Jackie. Why is it important? It's because we have to be able to do something of value to users with the data that we collect. And then we also have to feed that value back to them to make the next decision, right? And a lot of it's basic stuff. Like, I want to be able to maintain my vehicles in a useful way without having to buy parts, keep them on a rack, let them degrade like all of the tires that are dry rotting in Europe right now. I want to make sure that I can actually service those vehicles appropriately. That's an automation task. Like, that's a rote task that we make people do on books. Like, there are people who actually write it down and know where the vehicle is, and I hope that they know when the last time the oil was changed and the tires were rotated and the air caps were pressed. But that's a task that AI actually is really well suited for because it's numbers. So that's just sort of opening volley.
Jacqueline?
Yeah, I mean, I think my colleagues have, thanks for having me, by the way. I appreciate it. I'm glad to be back in Austin where I was born and raised, so very, very excited to be here. I won't echo anything that my colleagues have already sort of touched. I will just say, to me, one of the most important and exciting aspects of what we're talking about today is that when you are able to apply technologies in a meaningful way, and when you are able to correlate and aggregate data that have not traditionally been correlated and aggregated, you are able to ask better questions. And I think one of the things that I've been in the Defense Department and Intel community for over 15 years, and I've served at a variety of different agencies and departments in my time and on the Hill. And one of the things that I think that we do really poorly is we're very myopically focused on whatever the mission or the sort of question of the day is for that agency or department at that given moment. We are not often, because we don't have the time, and I think this theme will sort of recur during this panel, we don't have the time to pick our heads up and look around and see our sister and brother, agencies and departments and our commercial partners and our nonprofit and academic partners and what they're doing and what they're looking at and what they're asking. And when we're able to look at so much more data through so many different lenses that we are not traditionally, used to leveraging, we're able to see the whole board. We're able to ask much, much better questions, and we're able to provide that time back, right, to those operators, to those policymakers, in a much more meaningful way than I believe that we are right now.
Thanks, Jacqueline. And just to warn you, I'm going to start with you on this next one.
Oh, God.
So all of us up here, I know, have spent significant time working with commercial industry, academia, right, and have seen a lot of artificial intelligence, machine learning solutions, and research and efforts. So, having done this now for a few years, everyone up here, how well do you think those commercial applications and academic applications, how well are they translating to the Department of Defense? How well are they translating to the intelligence community? And sort of what the gaps are and what you think maybe some solutions are.
Sure. So I think Alex actually sort of hinted at this a little bit. One of the things that I also, and I mean, to be clear, and you see it here, I think I'm the only panelist right now not representing in a government hat, although I wear one in a different capacity. I think Alex hinted at the fact that, there are a lot more analogs in the commercial world, in the business world, to what we do on a daily basis in the intelligence community, in the Department of Defense, and the sort of national security apparatus than I believe that we sort of talk about freely or recognize. And it's really, it's ingrained in our culture, and it's a culture that I would fiercely protect for the rest of my life, having been a public servant for so long. But it's ingrained in our culture to sort of think that we are special, right? And depending on the agency or component, I'm sorry, is that a shock to you? Yeah. And for good reason, right? And given the way in which the intelligence community has evolved, we have to protect things and, and understand the exquisite nature of what we do and its implications on the world, on life and death, on treasure and. But there are a lot of analogs from a technology application perspective to what happens in industry, in academia, that I think really lend themselves to the fact that we could adopt things off the shelf in a very meaningful way at scale right now at a level that we're not quite doing yet. There's a lot of, targeting and applications that we will have to do in some ways to the missions at hand, the protection of data, the different rules that we live by in the intelligence community. But I think that we're undervaluing the current capabilities in commercial industry at this point still, no matter how many exquisite programs NGA and others are putting into place to try and bring these things in. I still think that we're sort of treating the missions that we're focused on and doing as something that's really different, when if you decompose those things down to the sort of data level and the decision-making process and the sort of buyback of time level, they're the same thing in many cases, not all.
Rachel, Alex?
Alex has told me
Alex
that
is
I'm
taking notes, so he's ready to go.
He's told me that I'm up next.
He's
so
in
that's
shock.
fine.
I'm listening.
I definitely, I 100% agree with Jacqueline. There is a lot in the commercial sector that I think could benefit us as an enterprise, defense writ large. The challenge is so often a lot of those, when we pilot or prototype, so often we face challenges because we're trying to take a technology that functions well in the private sector and expecting it to function the same way in the public sector where we have not fundamentally changed our workflow since the 1960s. Our entire business apparatus is built around an industrial age expectation about what buying and selling things looks like. So is our hiring, and so is a lot of the rules that we live by from decades of bureaucracy. And when you try to just sprinkle some AI on it, it doesn't really work because you're not actually changing anything about the way you do. You're just trying to add a technology component at a certain part of that workflow, and it's not you're not achieving any kind of transformation at that point.
Yeah, before you do that, I got a little comment here. I mean, I was on a House committee hearing last December where they challenged us to say, why aren't we doing more? We're in competition with our adversaries. We need you guys to do more. And there's this sort of historic adage where we say bureaucracy, we say contracting, right? All slow, whatever. And they politely pointed out many laws that they have passed in the last 6-7 years to allow us to be more agile in contracting. And then we're like, well, maybe it is us, right? Maybe we're... It's also Congress, though, but...
Please don't cut my money.
They still have to pass a budget. But not nearly as much, Mark, right? Like lately, to your point. I mean, the authorities that Congress has granted, especially recently, I mean, I don't know what else we could ask for. It's about incentivizing the usage and creating a culture of accountability such that we actually have to use those authorities that have been granted.
Yeah, right on.
So
Alex?
I'm
done here. No, I'm kidding.
I'm not a big slide person, but I wish I had a slide because there's a meme that I always use when I talk about data, and it's a crab or a Tuscan Raider, and they're always holding something above their head. And if you imagine, the entire global financial system is held up by Microsoft Excel, because no matter how advanced we get, we always go back to Excel. Everybody always wants to see spreadsheets. So that's part of our challenge because we train people, here's how you do budgets. And then that is the holy grail. That is what is passed on from budget senior to budget mentor to budget apprentice over time, and it's like their quest. But sort of, so on the face of the question, for everybody that's in industry here, how many of you, your product is either an AI software, algorithm, model, or service that's enabled by AI? Like your end product, like what we would consume from you. Okay, so keep your hand up. Keep your hand up. Now you're in the game. How many of you on that service have an entire full stack that supports it? So so put your hand up. If it's up, put your hand up. So look around. I can't run all those stacks. That's part of our challenge. So every really good, really bespoke algorithm or model that's really, really tailored and really, really awesome at what it does, it normally comes with an entire stack. It normally comes with the entire inference pipeline. It normally comes with the entire data engineering pipeline. It comes with the entire storage pipeline. And then it lives on some type of infrastructure that's tailored to how you do business. And that's awesome. And we have no idea how to make those work. In conjunction, because I could take an entire...
This gentleman's wanting to disagree with you.
We'll get you as a question, okay? As soon as we're done.
So, and we could put all of these into one hyperscale cloud or AWS instance or Google Cloud. Like we could put them into a cloud environment, pick your infrastructure. But then we have to figure out how do you make all of them sit next to each other, right? And we can't do that. We can't do that for every single service. So generally what we do is we say, hey, we want to have a government reference architecture. And then we have that, and it's great. We all high five, and Congress is like, hey, you did something right. And then 5 years later, they go, hey, your reference architecture is like 5 years old. That's like four technology cycles out of date. When are you going to update that? And we all go, yeah, but we thought we had the answer this time. So that's part of our challenge. So when you engage with us, when you industry engage with the government, you have to understand that we are risk adverse in architecture and risk accepting in user interface and user experience. And we're trying to flip that.
Yep. That's a great thing about, right, all these commercial solutions. There's so many to choose from. And so, no, seriously, we get locked up with that. And if you're pitching end to end, that means we can pick one end to end. And, that's, again, we get locked up with that too. So great points, Alex. We're going to keep going with the questions here. Do you have any good examples of application of machine learning in a military or intelligence application that you can share with us? Obviously, that's unclassified and,
I'd like to keep that
shareable.
job.
Yeah.
All you.
All me.
And it can be,
I'll jump in there.
you know, we kind of joked that most of what NGA does is mostly computer vision, right? Machine learning in the domain of computer vision. The vast majority of our work and resources are focused on that because of the huge amounts of imagery that we get. And so we kind of made a pact to say, let's not have a computer vision example, but it's okay.
No,
it's
that's,
okay,
that's
Rachel.
fine.
Yep.
I'll set something up, and then and Jackie can take it over from me. So funny. My funny story for folks about me working at NGA is my background. My graduate studies were in natural language processing. I was an all-source analyst. I read a lot of stuff and I wrote a lot of stuff. And somehow I ended up at an agency where we look at a lot of pictures. So I will give you an example from time before NGA, although there are examples of us using natural language processing at NGA. Did a brief tour at the Joint AI Center, had the opportunity to work with Jacqueline on an NLP application that attempted to look across the very large library of DoD policies and regulations and help us understand where they were connected to each other or contradicted each other or created some sort of OODA loop where, or catch-22 where you could never get to yes because there would always be something else that, redirected you. And still running at now the CDAO, Chief Digital and AI Office, called Game Changer. But this was really Jacqueline's sort of brainchild from her time when she had to actually work on this on the Hill. So I don't know if you want to share any thoughts on that.
Sure. I mean, I think so. Game Changer is sort of the child of my time in the IC, and I just had a real child 8 weeks ago. So now I'm like, oh, I have these two children that I love so dearly, but so differently. But
Wait, what did you name your real child?
Not Game Changer, Charlotte.
.ai.
.ai, exactly. But Game Changer was born out of my frustration with having to do everything in a notebook or Excel, because you've given all the answers away already. I was literally working for directors of agencies for months at a time, leading fairly large teams with Excel spreadsheets and PowerPoints, trying to crunch ridiculous amounts of data, copying and pasting from non-OCR PDFs into, right, I mean, just stupid work to try and figure out what the totality of our roles and responsibilities and requirements were so that we could defensively say to a Congress or someone else, this is why we can't possibly satisfy everything that you've asked us to do, or this is why we're failing at this, or if we could sort of focus on this for 5 minutes, then we would actually be more mission effective. And examples of that work are literally 80,000 lines in an Excel workbook of unique requirements documented in policy and law and sub-regulatory guidance. And so NLP, so the reason that I think Game Changer is relevant to this question is because one of the things that we don't focus on nearly enough, where commercial industry is already incredibly ready to support, I think, is in the tail end of our business and the back office applications. This is where we spend the preponderance of our money. If you want to help with automation and you want to help give us time back and you want to help with decision making, have me not have to spend 2 hours to do a time card the wrong way, every single whatever day, or have me not have to spend 6 hours to put in my travel, requirements only to get it kicked back. So those applications exist and absolutely are functioning really well in industry, and they're NLP and they're the Spear sort of mission applications, which are hugely important, but we would have much more money and time to focus on those things if we fixed the biggest problems first.
Oh, that's excellent. And I also want to point out the fact that I asked a panelist what you named your real child.
Hey man, it's a weird time.
Alex.
How many of you have ever watched or seen on the news, open source, YouTube, a predator feed? A grainy, black and white SD from early in the war. we tend to choose really ridiculously obtuse problems. So Jackie mentioned problem identification. And I promise this isn't a CV question or CV answer because we said we weren't going to talk CV. But that's the kind of problem we pick because that's where our users are. Like our users are here, and a stat for how we train people is for the Army, we have this thing called a 35 Golf. It's a geospatial analyst. It's a basic person. They're 18 or 19. They've come out of basic training. They've gone to get their base qualification. They are a geospatial intelligence analyst. We send them through a ridiculously long course out at Fort Huachuca in the desert, and they come out, and they're really good at their job, and they test. And we expect them to be about 87% accurate. 87. And that's identification of things. That is them to be the best geospatial analysts. That is before they are 8 months into a 15-month deployment where they're looking at a screen for 12 hours a day and they're literally bleeding from the back of their brains. Like if you were downrange, you understand this, but they're tired, they're worn out, their eyes hurt because you're looking at a screen, you're in a jock because somebody installed blue lights because they said that'll help. But why do we expect them to get better, right? So then we bring in machines and we say machines will be better. Why? Normally the adage is you can't train a machine to do something you can't train a human to do. So our starting point's here. So we pick really, really hard problems and we try to solve them. The back end stuff, that would give us infinitely more time to solve really hard problems. But I want to brag on the Army a little bit. Outside of CV, outside of analysis, the Army is investing a lot of money in robotics and autonomy. And that is a hard set of problems because it's one thing to train Uber or Tesla, pick your training model, right? Front and back end, simulated versus actual miles driven on city streets, right? Because as chaotic as city streets are, there are rules, right? You know what a lane is, you know what a stop sign is, you know that you're not supposed to hit that person. But if you're actually in a tactical environment or an environment that has been rebelized because it's gone through an artillery strike, those rules are gone. And if you're in a GPS denied environment, you can't rely on the signal from space to help you navigate. So AI in this space is really, really challenging, and it's somewhere where we need help. So the grand challenge of driving across the Sahara, super, super important. The not even an Intel organization, the Ground Vehicle Systems Center, GVSC up at Detroit, outside of Detroit, they're running all the robotics for the Army, and they are light years ahead on this whole autonomy stack. And I'm really proud because if we make advancements on the CV space and we make advances on the NLP space and the RF space, and we can put them on robots, we're taking soldiers and sailors and guardians and Coast Guardies and Marines, we're taking them out of harm's way, and that's my job.
Oh, great point, Alex. I really do think, we have invested a lot in computer vision over the last 10 years, and I really do think it's going to be a leg up for all the autonomous vehicles and all the autonomous weapons and things like that. So,
well, and I'll just add something to that real quick, is that, you need to have well-functioning models to have an autonomous vehicle. But once you have a fleet of them and they're functioning, you now have something that's already doing detection of the environment, of objects. And that is, I look forward to the day when I have a fleet of ISR assets that are on the ground that can send that information back already with, object classes and other information in it, that it can be added to that repository of information for an analyst to look at.
Did you say you look forward to the day that you will
that.
have a fleet of autonomous
Yes,
vehicles?
I will own them personally. They will be mine. I can access to.
It'll come in very handy to use those against your boss.
I, for one, welcome our glorious robot queen.
Our robot overlords. Okay, this is the doozy question. This is the big question, and I think when we're done with this, we'll open it up to audience questions. And I know they've had nightmares about this question, many sleepless nights for the last week. Does leadership understand what's at stake here, both strategically, technically, financially, and do they understand the sort of time, energy that it's going to take to do this right moving forward? Should I like randomly spin around and pick somebody to start this?
I'll jump on
Okay,
this one.
Alex.
So the answer is yes, but it's yes with an asterisk. So the DevSecDef actually published a memo for creating data advantage within the Army. Secretary Wormuth, actually published a memo, her priorities, and one of them is data centricity, The DepSecDef set up the Chief Data and Artificial Intelligence Office. Congress has developed Budget Activity 6.8, which is actually how you do software design and engineering. So everyone has coalesced that this is a problem that needs to be solved, that they're starting to put these, one, deliberate messaging in place. Our challenge, be it outright, is bright, shiny objects, right? Because everyone measures their success off of the latest bright, shiny object, which means the unsexy stuff, the plumbing, the infrastructure, the foundations, don't get funded because they're not fun to look at, right? It's great if I can pull up a cop and I have a box around a thing, but like I don't have a hot dog, no hot dog problem in the Army. I am not looking for cats on the internet. I don't have a billion passive users that are passively labeling data for me. I am finding really, really hard things from really far away that want to be hidden in environments that are chaotic. And I'm doing it in sort of real time, and I'm doing it against actors that don't want to be found, and I'm doing it in places and times that are new. So every academic paper about how to control confounders for artificial intelligence talk about either making sure that your training and validation data is is separate from your test data, but you know what the biome is, and you know what your actual classification, you know your object classes are, and you know all these things that you're controlling for, and I can control for absolutely zero of them. So it's not so much that the leadership don't know, because they do. It's all of the hard work that at the end of the day, we look at a picture and we go, we have AI, and everything else, we're trying to figure out how to make sure that we say, it might be 5 years before you get something of value, but we need to take those 5 years.
Yeah, I'll agree that I think that that our leadership, our oversight understands the scope of the problem, but I don't think, and they've delivered policies or funded programs to help us get there. I don't think they've accepted that the cost for doing it at the speed that they want. I don't think they understand the scope of private sector investment. Utterly and completely blows our investment out of the water in DoD, and that's saying a lot considering the size of our budget. At least, percentage-wise, right? The amount that we invest in AI in the government and the amount the private sector does. It's just comparing the problems. We just don't measure up. And we don't measure up in a lot of ways, and it also plays out when we do offer, we put out RFPs or we ask for, we want to do a contract or whatever. We're not incentivizing anyone really to get in on it because it's in small potatoes compared to a lot of the stuff in private sector. And I don't think they really understand that we're not that big of a deal, comparatively speaking sometimes. And I don't think that, I haven't also seen, with some exceptions, at the implementation level, that executive level, and us here, we need to be willing to take the risks to implement those new policies. And I think that's where we're seeing a gap right now, is the policies exist, but you need leaders to take the risk and being the first people to implement them. So until you have someone who's going to, yep, I will accept that there's a risk in doing this new thing that our lawyers maybe aren't familiar with it and they don't know what to say, or this is a new way of doing business for our business folks and they have to adjust to that. You need people to be able to step up and take the risk of that perhaps not going well the first time around, and that's, I think, a harder cultural challenge to get past.
Jacqueline, what do you think?
I disagree. I fundamentally disagree. I think that you both currently, and probably for the past few years, have the luxury, and I'm grateful that you are, of working in places that do understand and that are dedicated to understanding and furthering that understanding. And I'm glad that you are doing this championship. I think that across the board, if you look at the sort of more traditional units and components and the leadership in aggregate, that there is not an appreciation for what we're talking about here. The funding, the time commitment, the incentives not being aligned, period, end of story. I mean, most leaders that I have worked with and for, with, we don't want to go back on my LinkedIn and do that, couldn't necessarily tell you the differences between a small business and a startup, a VC-backed startup and a bootstrap startup, and what those incentive cycles and production cycles and revenue cycles look like, and that they are different, and that we have to sort of treat them differently depending on what we want to do and interact with. And I think if you look at the new initiatives coming out of Congress and coming out of OSTP, what you will see is AI is passé at this point. I mean, we're talking about this unbelievably influential, impactful technology, and we are so far onto quantum and you know, everything else. Like AI is like, okay, but we already funded that for the last 5 years, so we're good, you're good, keep going, good job. Figure out what else to call it, because you're not getting a separate funding line again for it now. And that is just the nature of, you know, the system in which we live, and we have to figure out how to operate in that in a meaningful way.
I have this brilliant startup using quantum technology to do time cards. Would you consider backing that?
Patent pending, that's what.
Alex?
You can simultaneously be present at work and not present at work at the same time.
Alex, you're going to say something serious.
No, now I'm going to make a joke about annealing. No, that's fair. The problem that we have, so I agree. I agree with your assessment on the.
You don't have to.
No,
I love about this country.
I agree. The problem is users generally don't care. I don't mean that in a pejorative way. They don't care because, like, generally, I'm going to use a very baseline Army thing. Like, if you hand you a weapon and it shoots and it goes boom and the boom goes out the right side of the stick, generally you don't care what the guts look like. Now, some people do, and they clean it and they maintain it and it works better, and they excel. But yeah, there's a challenge, and generally when I think about the strategic leadership versus, hey, all the other capital L leaders that exist in everything down to the squad leader in the Army, yeah, it's a challenge. I agree.
Yeah, I find that you know, all these things have a cycle. You know, some people use the term hype cycle, right? All these things have a cycle, with the sort of shortest cycle being some sort of GS-15 or senior executives term into whatever position they're in, trying to achieve something. That's, of course, against the budget cycle, which is completely different. That's against the sort of political cycle of Congress and or the administration that are trying to achieve something. And all of these cycles are in sort of conflict with each other, especially reality of what we're capable of doing in industry and technology. So until you can kind of get brave people to pass through those cycles, to carry the water from one cycle to the next cycle and to the next cycle, you know, you don't really have that breakthrough. And of course, it really requires a lot of leadership to do that, to go through all of those cycles, and it takes some steady leadership, having people with some continuity in place too, to make those things happen, with some vision.
And sometimes it takes really, really rough times. The one metaphor I'll use is think about touch typing. Think about who actually typed their own notes. We used to have people, not we, I wasn't there. There was a time when leaders didn't type, they dictated. And now everyone's got a mouse and keyboard. It's ubiquitous across everybody. And that was, why are we paying these people to do what you should be able to do for yourself? And some of that, I know it's a loose metaphor, but some of it's just really hard times ahead of us, especially fiscally.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to open up for questions. Sir, you have the honor of the first one, since you were fidgeting over there. If it's not a question, we have to put you to the end of the line. Sorry.
Just raise your voice at the end. That turns it into a question.
Really?
Nailed it.
So the issue about having various software stacks, you're making an assumption. Your assumption is that all of us have selected different software stacks. And I bet if you actually drill down and asked us what the people who kept
You're
their
all
hands
using
up,
AWS, yeah.
No, we're all
I'm joking. That was a joke.
We're using NVIDIA.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it because I've had this conversation when cloud was up there and everybody said, oh, we're all using RHEL. And then I had it when big data was the buzzword and everybody said, oh, we're all using the Apache stack. It's an awesome baseline. Every single company, vendor, and because we do it too, right? So if I start up a project, I configure my stack very deliberately towards my project. I don't disagree with you at all. Not at all, right? If there was if I were king for a day, I would have one CUDA stack where I said, hey, here's all the APIs, tell me what your gateway looks like, we'll match up gateways, and then we'll have your service has an API, I know what my API broker looks like, I know what the API gateway between stacks looks like, and we can actually put all the services in one place.
Bring us your container.
Yeah.
Docker forever. But it obviously does get
Nerdy, and I
tricky.
love
It
it.
gets tricky for I'll say an organization like mine, NGA, where I have
No,
petabytes.
she's got the robots.
Petabytes and petabytes and petabytes of data too, and you kind of have to bring that stack to the data as well. And in some cases that could be tricky if it's not easily transferable or connectable to that. So, okay, legitimate questions. I'm joking.
There's one in the back on the left.
All right, I have a question for Rachel. My name is Matt. I founded Spaceworks right over there
Hi,
when we were here. So you use the word investment a lot, which as a venture, I would encourage you not to use that word anymore because it's not. When Jason Rathje called me and was like, we want to do more Air Force venture stuff, and I was like, it's kind of non-dilutive. And he goes, yeah, but Air Force non-dilutive capital just doesn't have a good ring to it. So my question, though, is in government demand signal. So a lot of people are saying, hey, we totally, so I'm speaking now like kind of TAC-FI, STRAT-FI, that they're, saying, hey, we want to use the SBIR fund to take more companies onto a higher scale and bring in some private equity or venture matching. And that's where we come in. That's great. We're really excited about that. The government can do a lot to provide a government demand signal that doesn't cost you a lot and can set you up for that. And I can use that demand signal to then go and generate private capital to meet that. But the problem is that's not happening. So my suggestions to you are to go to the PEOs and say, if you want to do this, and oh, by the way, here's what AFWorks, NavalX, Army Applications Lab, and everybody are doing. You need to carve out a wedge in the POM for this and set up an IDIQ. You guys start doing that, things will happen. But that's not what's happening. And so everybody's like, we're like, how do you get over the valley of death? That. Promise. And, I'm seeing these consortiums. That's really hard to navigate, and it's a pain in my ass. It really is. And that's,
You're talking like the OTA consortiums?
There's a lot of them, right? But yeah, so OTAs are fine. To be honest with you, BAAs are less complicated for us, so I would encourage a lot of my companies to do that. But that's what I'd like to see. And so what I like to try to do is to remind people in the innovation community that, when you select a company for a phase 2, okay, or a TAC-FI, it's part of the charter to help pull them into a phase 3, and it's just as much the military's responsibility to ensure that those programs work as it is the companies. And I'm not seeing that. So we invest in a company to do a TAC-FI and a STRAT-FI, and then the company is the one doing the tech transition, not the military. So I guess two things, right? One is please do more government demand signal. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And then that pull from the government more.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
PEO has kind of a four-letter word in most innovation circles in DoD because we've all had to try to. I know you feel the same way. I know you can't say it out loud. It's okay. We've all had to try and break into that cycle, so I get it. So I've recently been tortured with. Had the opportunity to go through extensive DAU training, and one of the more interesting things that I learned all about DoD acquisition rules and regulations was really we have over the past probably 20 years or so done a very bad job at engaging with industry to help them understand what it is that we want. And a lot of that has had to do with the consolidation of the defense industry over that time. And so the PEOs, I think, have gotten used to working with like the same 4 or 5 big companies, and that's the only people they go to, right? They go to the bigs and they talk to them, and that's where all the key leader engagements are, and that's where the people, where the executives are having lunches with the 3 stars or whatever that are overseeing the PEOs. And so you continue to have the same cycle of demand signal or conversation, and it's, from what I've seen, and it sounds like I'm accurate, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, is it's harder for non-traditional firms to break into that cycle or into that circle because of the way that defense market has consolidated, and how hard and how much of a barrier it can be to be able to do something like put together a proposal for a BAA the first time for a company that's never heard the word defense acquisition before and doesn't know what all this crazy things are that we make you do in order to submit a proposal. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, PEOs, that is where the solution eventually has to go to, because they are the ones that run the major. Like if you want to scale in DoD right now, right? PEOs are the ones that are doing that. They own the scaling solution So yes, I agree with you. It's something that we do try to work through it, and it has been, I'll acknowledge it's been a challenge.
So it is. It's the worst thing the Army ever did was send me to get acquisition certified, because it gave me all the tools to break the system, right? So I'm going to leave these cards up here. These are all the open BAAs we have that support Army intelligence, and they support NGA's side. They support all of the defense intelligence. There's not very many of them. Take a picture. They're all on sam.gov. But to your point, they're all BAAs. But our challenge is, just because we're good at a BAA, the Valley of Death just gets smaller and it gets deeper. So we're still fighting through this, but we are trying to move in the right way. So Mark, I'm gonna hand these to you. You're the keeper of success. I'm gonna put those up there. But yeah, we're trying to move that direction. I'm keeping one, so I have one.
And as far as the term investment, I don't know. I guess when I hear it from our folks up here, it's a little bit of sort of investing in the country, I guess.
It's also the type of dollars that are obligated by the FAR for you to be able to use as a government official.
Yeah. But yeah, yeah.
We put together a debt and equity program with Air Force Ventures. That would be, if you want, talk about that. I mean, our allies own.
Or Incutel,
Defense companies, so it's not like it's a conversation.
It
it's
is.
more like putting money in black, I guess, is what we're talking about. So, yeah. Sir.
Everyone, Brian, CEO of Structure. Previously was with Primer. Quick question, just would love your reactions to this. So I think there's a tension, and this is obvious, but between like Alex, what you were saying about, and Mark, what you were saying about platforms and microservices, and a preference towards microservices that are interoperable and APIs that talk to each other, right? And how easy that is. With like the reality that we went through at Maven and a lot of other things where you need access to networks, data, clearances, contract vehicles, timely dollars for venture investors, which pushes folks towards a platform in order to make the economics work when you're talking to the Valley and raising like venture funds like we are. And so there's those sets of considerations, and then there's a set of considerations if you're an SES or a GS-15 that's contemplating an initiative, which you were talking about, Mark, that may go beyond you or involve a lot of political risk for yourself as a leader internally. And I'm just wondering, like, with that sort of stage set, and like, how is like Maven perceived today? And this isn't like a straw man to set up. It's like if you're an SES and your career's going up, is this an area where you want to take risk to go drive this, or is it something where you're like, I'm gonna let someone else worry about that, or let a PEO try and drive this over the next 5 years? I'm gonna keep my head down and do what I'm gonna keep doing.
So
this is a tricky question.
Yeah. So I'm an SES. Yes. Yeah. I absolutely want to take these risks.
But you're so different. You're not the normal.
But here's the deal. There was an episode of Scrubs way back when, and there was a surgeon who had a perfect record, right? She had a perfect record. She never took a surgery that might fail. And then every doctor was like, I know exactly who you are. And we can't do that. We can't afford to do it because another scale thing. So who here has heard of DSIGs, whether regardless if it's Army or not? Okay, DSIG's Army, Distributed Common Ground System Army. It's the Army Intel system. So it's not only is it the analytics, it's laptops, it's desktops, it's trucks, it's printers, it's server stacks. It is 20,000 pieces of kit. It serves 1,500 or so units, and it supports about 35 military occupational specialties. It is a huge program. When I talk about an AI pilot, I normally have a very small handful of users. Well, then the next question that I always get asked for an AI pilot is, how do you scale this? And then people start to go, oh, it scales. And I go, great, if it's in the cloud, right, amorphous cloud, I can scale it because everyone can hit that. That's perfect. That's not how we fight. So the next thing is, how do I take risk on the edge use cases or the edge cases for, hey, how does this work in a disconnected environment? How do I provision services from a cloud to the edge? Those are where people start to walk away from the risk, because that's where capital W, we don't really know how to pay for that. Like, we don't know how to price that. So if I have a cloud service, so I'm a ravenous consumer of Maven from the Army side, and then I say, hey, comms are cut, how do I do this at a lower, sorry, I'm using Army buzzwords, tactical echelon? That's different. That's a different use case. Right? That's a case that we don't know how to do, because normally what happens is I field a piece of kit to a massive organization, and I take that same piece of kit and I give it to a really small organization. And I expect them to be able to do the same thing when they have not the same people, they have not the same skills, they have not the same experience, and that's not real. So like that, those are the risks that people get really concerned about taking on, because one of those in the PEO world, and you are no longer a PEO. So that's like, so again, yes, I want to take those risks on, but we also need to figure out how to do that at scale.
Rachel, I want to talk for you because Rachel is taking the program on whenever it comes to NGA, whenever that happens. So this is, yes. But let me just use this sort of adage too. There's a handful of seniors that I know, senior executives that I know. It's a badge of honor, right, to go through IG inspections. It is. The more IG inspections you go through, right, there's reasons. You should. Typically, there's reasons, and it's typically because you're doing something progressive, you're doing something that's edgy, you're doing something that's leading the way, and what's the joke that Bono used to tell? This is dad rock. But in Ireland, right, Bono would tell the joke about the successful guy on the hill in the mansion or whatever. And, in the United States, everyone drives by the mansion and says, one day I'm going to be that guy, right? One day I'm going to have that mansion because of whatever American dream that we have. But in Ireland, it's one day I'm going to get that guy, right, when you drive by. So what I'm saying is, it's obviously a political risk for people to take on something like that, and it's to accept the responsibility on behalf of the United States government to move us forward, knowing full well that you're going to get guys driving by saying, one day I'm going to get that guy. It's real. But Rachel, you're okay. I got your back.
Thank you. They did have to ask me, and I said yes, so.
Am I good? Am I live?
We're like 2 questions left. And we got one back here, right here. He's already got the mic. Go ahead.
So, Alex, you kind of already answered what I was going to ask, but a little bit. I'm still going to ask because there might be more to follow on. First off, thanks for the 5 of you, the way you framed this. I was at an event in February where 3 PhDs were kind of in the same seat, and they said AI is not useful yet for the force. So I'm glad to see you're saying that there are some AI aspects. It got me on mic. I was like, no, we can do automation. That said, there are aspects, DDIL was the one I had in my notes, of the commercial limits within AI. Are there other things that come to mind, DDIL being one of them, that we need to, from a demand signal standpoint, start looking at an industry that would be addressing some of the specific AI use cases, that AI challenges you guys see in AI being applied to the defense?
I got 2 of them.
Go for it.
Okay. The first one is within NLP lexicon, right? So the commercial lexicon, the NLP models, regardless if you're LSTM or you're transformer based, the models that you're training against are generally different from our lexicon model. So that's one big one. The second one is one of the areas that DARPA actually helped me out with is reinforcement algorithms, mostly based on Q learning, for training reinforcement agents on how to do course of action analysis in 3 space, right? So wargaming for the military term. So we wanted to take some of the applications of Alpha Star, which was the DeepMind and OpenAI applications for reinforcement on StarCraft 2. And we wanted to say, hey, could I train those reinforcement agents to learn how an adversary fights and how we fight, and then play them against each other? And DARPA paid for it all. It was a OpenBA under their I can't remember what they were calling it at the time, the PAIs, and they paid 6 performers, and there was 5 non-traditionals to include 2 universities, and they played it out. Well, what they found was our doctrine is not machine consumable. So the feedback to industry is, if you run up against something, and I saw it, it's not. It's like it's 417-page PDF with nothing of machine value in it. If you, industry, run into something that doesn't make sense, that we are just really screwed up on, you have to tell us. And you have to use plain language. And it cannot be, yeah, we're going to fake it till we make it on this program. You have to tell us that we're broken, because we can't fix it for you, right? So I'm still a firm believer that we are working for the American people. You have to tell us we're broken so that we can fix it.
Last question.
Great panel. Hey, Alex. So,
Hey, Craig.
what saith you to maybe Army G2 having somebody here at Capital Factory? NGA has been outstanding. NGA has been here early, and I'd like to think there's been some payoff to the integration of here in Capital Factory next to AFC. NGA was like DIU.
I got the shirt.
NGA,
right here.
right? So that's a statement / question.
Yeah, so I'm not a paid political spokesperson. I've got a 4-star MACOM 3 streets that way that I am working through. So the AEL is basically our inject here, however, I'm not against it. Well, this is one of the things I was going to talk about earlier. Like, we don't have a bunch of extra people, and I know Rachel feels this too. Whenever there's a new AI thing or a new investment thing or a new just something, people have this perception that I've got a bunch of high-speed guys and gals to put on that task, and we don't. So I feel like I'm turning down a date. No, like we're in. I just got to figure out the right way to do it.
Okay, that's time. Thank you guys. Sorry for not getting your questions over there. But hey, and Alex has these cards up here. If you want to come up and take a picture of them, come on up. Thank you guys.
I am, so I got to run to a VTC, so please don't swap me. I will be here tonight. I will be here tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody. That was awesome. 10-minute break. Keep networking, and we'll be back in 10, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Mine is working.
Greens go.
We're hot.
All right, everybody, take your seats. On to the next panel. It's going to be super awesome. Yeah. Who's excited to keep it going? Yeah, I love that energy. Love that. So our next panel, we're going international. This is the first time we're doing this at Fed Supernova. Super excited. We have Andrew Caprio leading us. Take it away, my guy.
Hey everybody, so first time, so absolutely no pressure. We'll see how it goes. On first time for international partners to be here, allied partners. This is my second panel ever. So for advice, if you ever hear the term banana, that means you need me to slow down. So please help, please support. This is a learning experience for all of us. So start today. We're gonna go all the way from the left to the right. We have Group Captain Chuck Norris from the UK. He's currently serving as an exchange officer for the Chief of Staff of the Air Force's Strategic Studies Group. Now, if you want to learn more about that, that's a beer talk that costs extra, and we'll go through there. So right next to it, and I've apologized a million times, and I won't destroy it, Leonard von Bachhoven is the IBM global lead for international security. So well involved, has wealth of experience, and he's going to bring some knowledge to the table. Then we have Colonel Christophe Pubeni. He is also on the CSAF Strategic Studies Group from Paris, France. Obviously, he will be the most polite and gentleman of all of us, and he'll bring some knowledge that we need. And then right to my left is Tyler Sweat, a fellow brother from Jersey. We're going to bring the panel together, and he is the CRO for Second Front. So that is our panel. We'll go from today. We want to see what stands for international collaboration, what that looks like, what is the paradigm of that, how do we get to tomorrow and together. So first, I'm going to ask, probably not the hardest question of the day, but what do you guys think if you had your groups and your independent agencies that you represent, also your own personal opinion, where would you rate your collaboration for international affairs? And then what do you wish you would spend more time on that you're currently focused in your organizations? Chuck, if you want to take it off from the end, by all means.
Thanks, Cap. I think as a Brit, it's probably fair to say that we haven't been very good at international collaboration, pulling out of the EU. But that's in order to make sure that we're sort of a global player again. I think our closest collaboration and relationship is through NATO, but also the special relationship with the Americans as well. I think my personal experience, it's a little bit one way. A little bit one way. You all want to help, but the big difference is bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy is trying its hardest not to let you do what you want to do with your international partners. So I think that's what I want to spend my time focusing on, is trying to get those relationship channels opened up so that we can actually do some decent work together.
Is that in comparison because we have a very small bureaucracy compared to you?
I think you're probably just a little bit larger than us. I think the United States Air Force is bigger than the Ministry of Defence and the three services of the UK combined. So that's just to give you an idea of scale.
And I bring that up because we poke fun at it, but these are actual knowledge points that I did not know, that a lot of my peers growing up in, let's say, the innovation space or in the DoD as a whole, did not realize the pure size and the machine that we have and that we exist in. So it's good to get true retrospective from people that are living it and trying to come in from the outside who is viewed as the same, but the numbers are not the same. So, sir.
Well, from an IBM perspective, the I stands for international. So without us collaborating internationally, we're not going to do well. So there's a lot of pressure and a lot of, let's say, opportunities within IBM to collaborate, let's say, especially from a NATO perspective across the allies. So I'll be making my comments mostly in the NATO context. For us, what is really important is to collaborate with a number of like-minded nations, not necessarily at 30 in the NATO context, because at 30 means also 30 screwdrivers into your program in a lot of cases. So from us, it's all about saying, how do you find the like-minded nations and work with them together on solutions that actually make sense in the context? And it's remarkable how many objectives are very similar amongst the nations. So the challenges are not so different. The scale is different, and yes, the US scale is off the scale for us Europeans, so to say. But I mean, so the I for us is international collaboration is fundamental.
That's huge too. I'm glad you brought in a point. To have an organization as large as yours, sometimes it's forgotten where we want 100 people in a conversation, but you don't need 100 people to get it done. So you know that you need that goal, that they're aware of what's happening, but it's hard to make that right fit to who do you bring in and how many are allowed to make a decision.
Yeah.
Christophe.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Just to check your level of French. Yeah, so like Chuck, I think that France was really, really focused on trying to foster innovation within Europe. Why we try to do that? Because there's a kind of pride, sovereignty. We want to exist. And we've learned in 1956 that we are a small nation compared to you. Just to give you a figure, France is smaller than Texas. So it's a small country, but it's a country which has a lot of pride. But basically, we try to innovate and collaborate within the frame of Europe. Why? Because I think it's a kind of being more resilient. If we are relying solely on one system or on one country, we might be a little bit less resilient. And also, I think that nobody has the monopoly of the best idea. So there are some people, because they've got different perspective, they've got different backgrounds, so they approach problem in a different way, especially when it comes to AI, with ethics are not sensed in the same way in the US than in Europe or in France. We are one of the latest nations who decided to have weapons under our Reapers. I think it is a good thing. What is complicated for us is to try to explain this position to you, to the US, because many times they are just thinking, oh, they don't want to collaborate because they prefer to put money in some European pot. No, we just think that maybe sometimes it's good to have two systems. And after, of course, it will be difficult that those two systems have to work together.
That's some solid points. You talk about AI. Is AI a focus area, or do you think AI will be a focus area of France?
They are trying to focus on AI, quantum stuff, and we have a really, really close relation with the Brits. There is just 20 miles of water between our two countries and a tunnel now. So we are working also on nuclear stuff with United Kingdom. And I was quite struck on how easily it is in Europe to push money. There is no boundaries, even with UK. It's really easy to push 1 million to do a project. Whereas pushing money from US to Europe or from Europe to US is really, really complicated. So if I have something I would like to change, it's really to change the politics on that. I think the process are cumbersome in Europe and in the US, but the politics are really something we need to figure out to be able to make that happen.
So, thank you. Tyler, no pressure. So representing the US today on the panel, how do you feel from your years of DoD experience that we stand for international collaboration, and what are some of the focus areas? Don't worry, I'm here to help.
Yeah, definitely didn't realize I was signing up as the token American on the panel. Yeah, I mean, look, part of the reason Second Front's even sponsoring this track is the importance of international collaboration. Like, I'm leaving this and I'm heading to London next week to build it out. I think where I see opportunity is at the technical level. There are a lot of opportunities to remove barriers to collaboration. Because if you look at a bureaucracy, right, and I don't mean this in a pejorative way. You know, we've had a bunch of great panels and stuff today. But those organizations are 99% people who are empowered only to say no. They're not empowered to say yes. So everybody who's got a "we're open for innovation" sign, and that's great. Like, I love the energy. But at a practical level, practical layer, there is no way into that room. And if you do get into that room, it is more often than not a short room, and there's nowhere to go once you're in there. So if we're going to actually change the way we think about international collaboration and we think about building alliances and we think about our partners, it has to be at that foundational technical level, and we've got to build in interoperability from day zero. It can't be impossible for the Americans to, fund a great SaaS startup and it not to be accessible to the friggin' Brits or the French. Like, that's absolutely absurd, and it's the wrong incentives back to the market. So if we can transform how we look at that and how we think about that, starting small and then building that out, we will fundamentally change the way we collaborate as allies and partners, which will clearly, right, enhance our national security posture, and it's great for the country, it's great for the alliance, and it's great for freedom. So, there you go.
Well done. I actually was going to lean over when you talk about scaling and how to talk to different things. We talked about something last night. Would you like to carry that forward?
I mean, so let me build on that point that you made about the importance of interoperability. There's a tremendous focus at NATO to ensure interoperability and to build it in from the very beginning. I think another encouraging sign that we see right now is that there's a lot more focus on federation of systems, not just trying to build one size fits all for all the nations to work with. It's all about more federating systems and making sure the data is interoperable so that you can extract insights from that across NATO. So I think that's an encouraging situation that we see at NATO, to see far more focus on federation of capabilities.
Interoperability and understanding, you guys are moving into a paradigm that even when you talk about data, we're not even talking about powers of might anymore. How do you look at that? How do you access that? What's the different levels of access for things? What should really have those clearances? What shouldn't? Because there's sometimes they're overclassified, and there's things that we should share that you can pull offline that are on there. We understand that, and that's a good way moving forward. So as we move to, that's a good point. You guys always hear it. I'll bring it up. You can like boo me, throw stuff on the stage. But so one of the things I really want to hear from these guys is how they personally define the valley of death. You hear that constantly. You hear it's one of the battles, what we need to do. I personally believe that there's a new way to look at it, that there's other things that we're missing. Leonard, I'd love if you lead the way on that. That's one of the things we started with. How do you define that, and what are the other categories of it? It's not this one size fit all, because we're looking at new systems, and every time we find a new system, we're trying to put it into the old shoebox that it was in, and that's not how we should be appearing. We should always find a new avenue. Would you like to take it from there and define the term?
Well, that's a great question, because I think there's multiple definitions of what the valley of death is. If you look at it from a startup's perspective, it's all about, say, you've got an MVP, you got an initial solution, and basically you want to gain traction with that so that your business model becomes viable. And there's actually a gap there. Like, how do you get to a viable stage? When that's it from a corporation or from a small and medium enterprise perspective. But from a government perspective or from a NATO perspective, I think there's a valley of death as well, in the sense that fantastic MVP on one side. I mean, we did experimentation done very good. Now what? And then the question becomes, how do you scale? How do you operationalize it? And I think there's actually a huge gap in between, called acquisition sometimes. I mean, so things like that are really causing a delay on that. And we've seen so many fantastic experiments going nowhere. I think that's a real thing. We need to look in the mirror and say, now, how do we overcome that barrier? Also from a government perspective.
I would add a pillar to you of that, something that Tyler mentioned earlier, that even our bureaucracy and the machine that it sits in, sometimes others just don't know the pathway to get that from there. And it's nice to hear that there's other perspectives and people are looking at it from another area. There's just a lot to learn, and they're just very large to take on. Chuck, would you like to add? I see you're ready to go.
Yeah, I think to add to that point, I think when you look at the valley of death, I mean, there's the company aspect on that, but there's also the government aspect on that. You know, a constrained budget that the UK has, for example, we may see a fantastic idea, but actually we haven't got any money in the budget to actually drag it across. So we're almost imposing our own valley of deaths. So, you know, I think things like the NATO Innovation Fund idea, you know, throwing money into that from a multinational perspective, to try and get over those funding issues from a multilateral perspective now, I think should help. I also think it's trying to get, and I think especially from a NATO perspective, you may get over the UK's valley of death, but have you got over the Netherlands valley of death? Have you got over the Germans valley of death? And I think that's one advantage that you guys have got, is you've only got, well, one valley of death to get across. But, you know, NATO is 30 nations. And don't forget that the US is also part of NATO as well. That might be useful to remember sometimes. And if you want to throw some money in the Innovation Fund, that would be a good idea, possibly.
Christoph, would you like to add to Chuck, and then we'll move over to Tyler?
No, Chuck is totally right. So I think that Diana, which stands for Defense Innovation Accelerator of the Northern Atlantic, because some people were asking me what it's a kind of counterbalance of the DARPA things, and it's to help some European companies to stand a chance to be able to have something which work and which after can be released in every country of NATO. The second thing I really like about Diana is some country in NATO, regarding their culture or their legislative binding, can be reluctant to push money in an armament program. Yet they may be less reluctant to put money in algorithms, in AI, in network, you name it. So I think it's a smart way to just give a pot of money and to say to the people, hey, there is money. You've got an idea, just knock on the door, and we'll make that happen. So I think it's a great idea. But yeah, I know that, so this is my view, because US and France are not putting money in Diana. So.
We'll move over to Tyler on that.
Yeah.
So to change it just a little bit, having experience in business, having experience around here, what have you come across as the lore for how you would define this? And then now you're going international. What does that look like to you as the knowledge that you hold and learning another system on top of what you already have learned?
Yeah. To go back to Chuck's point, we look at NATO and EU or Five Eye as multiple entities, and we keep talking about the U.S. government like it's this big singular entity. It is like 10,000 really small, highly opinionated, and like politically driven entities. So like getting into an Air Force organization does not mean you're like into DOD, right? So precedence and reciprocity are what I think is the actual valley of death, where you think you've punched through, you've shown a way, right? DIU's got you on an OTA, or you've gotten your first prototype and you're in. But now the next one up is like, oh, the next contract's gonna take 5 years because, we've gotta go through whatever 8,000 step process. And you've got folks dying in there. From a reciprocity standpoint, your software's gotten approved, you've shipped it, you're on some type of deployment, whatever it may be. Now, every other accrediting official doesn't accept it because they didn't do it. They don't trust the paperwork. So we've built this system, and I'll keep going back to it, where everybody's empowered to say no. There is no pathway to say yes. And then from a business standpoint, like, I hate to say it, like, most startups, when they call me and ask for advice, I tell them not to go at DoD. Like, it is not a good idea. It's cool, and like, there's a lot of posts on LinkedIn about it, but unless you understand how much it's gonna suck, and you are ready with the patience and the capital and sort of the know-how, then great. But otherwise, you're gonna end up with a SIBR somewhere in a windowless room with no idea how to get out of it, and you're gonna fork your product, and then you're gonna die.
From the other side, and being somebody who has received them, it's hard to then have a company that comes in, and we've done a lot of work to build them up, and they start to evangelize their work. So, hey, I'm talking to the Air Force. Oh, here's the senior airman or the E4 who signed this thing. Now you have the entire Air Force on a contract. That's not how that works. And then the work becomes so good. Usually when they move to a next installation, they evangelize what they did versus being the ambassador of how you built the relationships. How did you navigate the pathway? Who did you discover on that journey? And that's a lot of work. Yeah. We talked earlier, leadership is hard. Like, making networks is hard. That stuff's not easy. And then you have to learn that. So on the flip side, now going over to another government, what does that look like? I've never met anybody that knows the transition.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of parallels to DoD and then going to UK. If you think about like traditional enterprise sales from a commercial standpoint, right? It's clunky. Everyone's got a buying process. Like, it's way more bureaucratic than you want it to be. You've just got to do the work and sort of figure it out. I am a really big fan of like just seeking early victories and starting small. So like, everything that we're doing this year in UK is designed to open the market in like 12 to 18 months. And like, that's how I messaged it to the board. This is slow. We're planting some early ambassadors. We're getting some quick wins. We're identifying those different sort of control points, whether it's J-Hub, MOD, any of the 4 quadrants or NSIF or whatever, and having all of those shaping conversations and running it that way. And again, I go back where we have a board that understands where we are. So I'm not getting slammed by my investors on where's the ROI, show me the unit economics. But it's slow. It is gonna take twice as long as you think it's gonna take. And you're gonna have like 1,000 conversations, and things you thought you knew initially, you're gonna realize that it's probably the complete opposite, but it'll be worth it. So I don't mean to sound like a naysayer, like it matters if we get it right. It's just, the journey kind of sucks.
It does. So I would actually want to open this up now to, you have 3 other receivers for something that's coming out there. What do you guys think? What's that agenda? There's been companies you've all worked with in the past, represent a company. Like, what does that target look like to come in there, and what would you have to say about his approach?
Just say it's great.
Shall I?
Come on, guys.
I'll go first, shall I? I think it's, I'm going to use the sort of metaphor of a marriage. You know, it's all about relationship and trust and understanding. And I think it takes time to understand the environment you're going into, what you're letting yourself into. So it's got to be a bit touchy-feely to begin with in order to see what the needs of the other side of the partnership is as well. And we've all got our own preordained conceptions because of where we come from. And, you know, I was amazed. I've only been out in the US for 9 months, and I thought I knew defence pretty well from a UK perspective. You know, we actually
You have a few years.
We're actually joint. We talk to each other. The MOD tries to run things as well, but because we're so much smaller, it's almost by necessity that we do things together. You come across here and you find that the Air Force doesn't talk to the Navy, which doesn't talk to the Marines, it doesn't talk to the Army, and nobody talks to OSD whatsoever. So I think, you know, it's spending that time, and it takes time to understand where the relationships are, where the touch points are, where you can influence those ideas, and then where you can start seeking those opportunities. But it's got to be a partnership together. There's no point you doing it for your own good. You've got to understand what's in it for the other side. And that way you're going to get that relationship going better. And I think it's worth spending that extra time to get that relationship going, because it will pay so much more in dividend at a later stage.
And maybe to build on that, we see a lot of focus now on ecosystems. I mean, it's a combination of primes, system integrators, small and medium enterprises, I mean, startups, I mean, all coming together, I mean, around that. I mean, this is not to say one single company that will actually solve this problem, or one startup that will have the silver bullet to solve it all. No, it's about ecosystem. So you build the trust, I think, across ecosystems, and that takes time, unfortunately. But on the other hand, you can also leverage, to say, a lot of experience that, for example, companies like, for example, IBM has in engaging, for example, with NATO, right? So it's a two-way street, I think, and this ecosystem focus is extremely important.
So as your oldest ally, because it's
My guy.
yeah,
We go way back.
yeah, and yeah, what Chuck just said about trying to understand the partner, and I think it's what General Brown is trying to do with his new concept. So I go back to advice number 1 of the former meeting this morning: read the book of your boss, and my boss is General Brown. We have to be more integrated with our allies, which means we have to bring, so when I say we, I spoke as an American, because I'm American for 3 years. So we have to bring our allies till the beginning to test our assumption regarding their assumption, to be sure that we are taking the right direction. And if we are doing that, we will start to build trust. And to do that, as the chief said, we need to focus on 3 areas, because, as you say, value of death is just trying to push money. But we need also to be able to change the way people are trained, the way the process are made, and also the way the politics are ruling our countries. And if we do that, I do believe we will be able to create some partnership, because the thing we have compared to our adversaries, we have friends, we have allies, we enjoy that. And so if we want to keep on this great advantage, we just have to put our allies till the beginning with us. And I think they will be able to put money in the pot also. And I think this is the way we should go. So.
Can I just add to that? I think it comes back to that trust thing again.
Yeah.
And it plays, I think, to one of Tyler's points about it's easy to say no.
Yeah.
Because if you say no, you're not taking any risk, and you're preventing any damage being done. But in order to make these relationships work, you've always got to take a little bit of risk. We sit here as 2 exchange officers. This is my personal view only, I do say. And it's very difficult to share information, even with us as exchange officers in the office. Now, we've got a really great team who absolutely get it, but there's a lot of the wider Air Force that doesn't get it, despite the really good words that are coming from Chief Brown and from the Secretary as well. So it's changing that culture to just take that little bit of risk to say yes, but, rather than no, because, I think. Yeah. And I think that would help.
That's the first time I ever heard anybody spin yes and yes but as positive. So that would be a note for the day. Because I've never put in that perspective that we're not even trying to work yes and right now. There's not even a yes but. So this is all said and good. This is how the world operates when things are going accordingly. But I want to throw a question out there. The world has not been happening that way. And when the war machine spins up and things start to happen, all of a sudden opportunities occur. The risk is looked at in a different perspective. So with current world activities that are happening right now, what are some things that really came to your attention and actually took you back? So first we started with what you were focused on, but what did you rethink about some current activities in other countries and how they're engaging and what their future plans are? And is it something that's readdressing your way of what your view is? Tyler, would you like to start?
Yes. Look, if we're being honest, like, what Ukraine showed us is these giant war machines we're building are freaking irrelevant. Give me 20 software developers and access to some commercial data, and you can build an integration that solved a substantial amount of their targeting challenges and their real-time comms and situational awareness. They didn't need an 18-month procurement cycle and a well-documented requirement and some ombudsman to be the voice of the troop and all this garbage in between the friggin' user and the tech. They just shipped it. So for me, it's as we look at these enterprises we have, like, I would ask all of us, like, challenge, why are we doing this? How can we remove friction? You know, every service has a cool policy that's something about like the speed of relevance or the speed of conflict or it's overmatch or it's whatever the new one is. But it's just words. Like where are we shipping product? Whether that's hardware, whether that's software, whether that's people, whatever that is, where are we actually shipping tangible outcomes? And I would argue that this should be a very abrupt wake-up call that in most cases, we're not. They are all self-serving ice cream cones, and they're great for policy and to get folks promoted, but how are we measuring success?
I think it's a great takeaway, not only from the system delivery aspect, but what we're looking as outcomes and success of individuals who get the mission done. Now, this standpoint, Leonard, would you like to take one?
What struck us from the situation in Ukraine, building on what Tyler is saying here about open source and that information that's being exploited to their advantage, I mean, and doing it at a pace which is incredible. What we're seeing now is, and I think I would love to get, let's say, input from the group here on this whole theme of information operations. How is this playing out? We've had a lot of discussions around what's the narrative, so to say, and how do we know we're winning as one of those questions that really is coming up in Ukraine right now. And I think that's an extensive discussion we've had, for example, with the Institute for the Study of War, like, is information operations or information domain, is that integral to, let's say, the 5 traditional domains of operations that we have, land, air, sea, space, and cyber? Or is it something different and so on? So I think this is a question that we collectively across the West and across NATO, I think, need to look at and say, how do we develop this domain and what can we do in this domain? What tools do we have to visualize that? How do we make decisions in that domain? So all these questions are coming up rapidly now, and it's all leveraging open source data. So I think this is, so if there's any startup here in the room that has got an idea about how to visualize information operations, please let us know, because we would love to talk.
Leonard's taking meetings afterwards, so come pick his brain. You can't miss them. So I would take from your guys, what have you seen? What made you stand up from it? What really shocked you about what was going on?
I think what really highlighted to me was what a difference fighting a war of national survival does to a country, rather than a war of choice. In that, I think it changes your risk tolerance. It means that you can, building on Tyler's point as well, you're going to push through things because you need to get them to the front line as soon as you can. And I think it's something we all need to look at as an alliance. From a UK perspective, we've now got a Prime Minister who has said she's going to increase defence spending to 3% of GDP, to recognise that threat that we had from the Cold War, that we all took as a peace dividend, has never really gone away. But I think it's also, making sure that we understand that we've got to work together to do this. None of us can do this on our own anymore. It's all been stated that you need allies and partners to do the job these days, especially when we look a little bit further east, potentially, at the other pacing threat as well. So I think for me, we all need to take that big look at how much risk are we prepared to take. Should we be making those decisions now? Because we want to start doing that collaboration now, because we don't want to be in a position where for the first 3 weeks of the war, we're still working out how we talk to each other properly, because in some cases it will probably be a little bit too late.
I would welcome that only to be a 3-week problem. Every joint op I did in Afghanistan with you guys, I'd be like, hey, we'll use a local cell phone because none of our actual comms gear is working.
So I want to give my friend here a little layup. Is there a quote to start that off with, and what's your opinion for it?
No, so just to finish on what have been said, what struck me really on Ukraine is the thing we are not able to see. And the thing we are not able to see is that civilian people might have an effect on a conflict. And no offense for all the civilian people in front of me, but the difference between a civilian person and a military person, we are volunteer, we have been selected, we have been trained, and so we think we have the moral restraint not to kill or to kill someone. My concern as a citizen is tomorrow, if there is a shift with a lot of commercial companies able to make effect, so knock down our power grid, knock down an hospital, shut down a pipeline, where life at our stakes, are we really prepared for that? Are your enterprise prepared for that? Do you have any liability in that? And I'm not sure we are thinking about that. Today we are just thinking, hey, it's great, we've got Starlink, we've got OK 360, we've got all those cool stuff to defend Ukraine against Russia. Yeah, it's great. But we have to just to think the step after. If this will be the next norm, meaning that military will rely more and more on the commercial companies, how do we train them to be sure that they actively and proactively be involved in the conflict, if that makes sense? Otherwise, I can say it in French.
Yeah, so Christophe, I actually never looked at it from that perspective. I never thought of the civilian perspective when you come into a warfare, because there's a lot of answers that rises. To follow it up, from the things that you know, the wealth of experience that's up here, has that driven any ideas for you? Understand if you don't want to say for a company perspective, but personally maybe that you wanted to sprint towards new concepts, ideas, themes and theories of things that maybe we should start going after?
Yeah.
Look ready.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like what I talked about earlier of like what it should be, where there should be a security and compliance layer in between our countries that allows for like day zero interoperability and the facilitation of like high-end tech. Like that is why I'm going to London next week. Like we are building that. We've built the US version. We are now working against every bureaucratic no all the way around with Australia, with Canada, with the UK, and trying to set a foundation where we're just to the yes but sort of thing. We're not trying to get you from a no to a hard yes. I'm trying to remove all of the easy things people point at and say, no, we can't do that. Hey, it hasn't met our accreditation. Hey, this hasn't gone through our security controls. Hey, whatever friggin' standard 800-1005. But all those things are just, they're thrown in there, and it's reasons people say no, and it's reasons good ideas die, and it's reasons programs don't scale. And ultimately, who ends up losing is some warfighter on the pointy end of the spear that's using some shit technology because this enterprise couldn't get out of its own way and ship something that was relevant. So, yeah, like we're all in on it.
Might have a conversation later about being downrange and my cat getting locked. That's a different story on a different day, but that's totally a thing that happened. So would you guys, anything that you're trying, IBM as a whole, anything you think that you might sprint towards, anything from the NATO perspective that you might sprint towards now?
Let me think. I mean, so one of the things we are really doubling down on now is this whole visualization problem that we think there is. I mean, like now, the Ukraine is in a sense a land environment. So there's an update from our Institute for the Study of War on a daily basis about where the exact, let's say, front line is right now. How would you describe, I mean, in a naval environment, for example, how things are progressing, where the front line is? How would you describe and visualize the environment when there's, from an information perspective or from cyber perspective? I mean, so if cyber attacks are happening somewhere in your own country, I mean, that's not even showing on the map. So The visualization problem is one of the things we're doubling down on. And say, now, this is something we think is important for current and future conflicts as well. So, I mean, that's what we're doubling down on.
I think we both just whispered that that's awesome. That, like,
Yeah.
That's a great answer.
Either you, Christoph.
Yeah, so for me, what I would like you to do all, because you are smarter than me, is to be able to create a system where we are able to push or trickle data no matter what the network is, no matter what the VPN is, just to be able to have security at the edge, so the data is protected, not the network anymore, which means that we are able to push data via 5G, commercial links, and so on. And if someone wants to target, not for the French, be my guest, but just to be able to do that, because we cannot assume that all our data will go through a military system, because it is the first thing our adversary will try to deny or neutralize. So we have to think out of the box and not protecting anymore the network, because we're trying to do that. We're trying to protect the network, to bury everything, but to protect the data. And to do that, we have to create a unified data system. So you are the engineer in that room. Try to do that, and I think with that, we'll be ready on day one, and not doing, back to Afghanistan, or for me, Africa sometime, taking our cell phone from the country, because that was the only way we were able to push information between us.
I think we all need to look a little bit more at the whole of government response to all of these conflicts. And it's sort of playing on the civilian bit there as well. I mean, in the UK, they're now trying to talk about fusion doctrine and trying to get the Home Office and the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office and the MOD to talk together. Now, it's bad enough getting those organizations within a country talking to each other and getting the same narrative. You then try and do that amongst NATO and amongst our close partners and allies, and that makes it even more difficult. But I think it's something we've got to do, because if we look at our two threats out there, they have one very easy view of the world, and it's their view. And we, as a nation, as an alliance of like-minded nations, need to make sure that we all can get on the narrative as best as we can and keep to it, because what they want to do is fracture it. And if they can fracture it, they split us up and they win. And we can't let democracy fail. So I think we all need to really batten down and work on trying to get that narrative together, getting a bit of proper diplomacy going again in the world. You know, I'm going to sort of get world peace eventually, but we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Chuck. I really appreciate that insight. So we're coming into our last 5 minutes. I want to give you the opportunity, all of you collectively, parting shots, things that you might want to get out. You have an opportunity to give a message to you, things you want to work on, things you want to focus, or stuff that you wish you got asked. Chuck, back to you.
No, I am a firm believer it's all about relationships. It's all about communicating. Events like this are great. You get to meet new people. You get to meet ideas, because at the end of the day, when things go wrong, you look to your friends, your contacts to come up with a solution. Because we've all got different ways of looking at problems, and my solution is not necessarily the best one. You know, there's probably 99 better solutions out there than mine. So I think it's trying to make sure we get that trust and understanding and sharing of data. It's time well spent, because we never know when we're going to need it.
Don't underestimate the power of the ecosystem, and getting the voice from as many people as possible into your strategy, into your developments, and things like that. I think that's, that's so important to develop that, and to enable that, say, collaboration, and to enable that, say, joint, to develop that joint narrative, so to say. And I think that ecosystem is fundamental for that. I mean, so one book tip on this one here, look at the book called Open Strategy, Christian Stadler. It's all about how do you, say, provide input to the strategy, I mean, outside the C-suite. I mean, so interesting concept that he actually puts on the table. We've been facilitating some of those international dialogues as well, and we call them jam sessions. Don't underestimate how powerful that can be to come up with collective solutions rapidly. We did that at the beginning of the pandemic, for example. We got together in the NATO context saying, no, what does the pandemic mean for us in the NATO context, for example? And we literally had, let's say, 4,500 people dial in from home and collaboratively brainstorm on that. So I think don't underestimate the power of that ecosystem and mobilize it for the good.
Well, final thought. So I wish, except the data, to find a kind of mechanism or memorandum to push money easily across the countries, no matter what the color of money is. I know it's even difficult in the Pentagon to push money when the color is not the good one. So I cannot imagine when 30 nations try to do that. But when you think about innovation, the people who are innovate the best are the ones who are really feeling the threat, the sense of urgency. And I think that with what we are experiencing in Europe, with what is going on in Ukraine, we don't have time to wait. We need to find a way to just do it easily, like Venmo. We are able to push money just with a cell phone, but we are not able to do that between friends and partners. And so this is something we have to do, because I'm able to push $2 to a perfect stranger at the bar last night just for the tip, but I'm not able to push that to a friend and an ally. So this is something I wish we could do.
Yeah, so I think it was Eisenhower that said it. Right, like the active planning is more important than the plan itself. Look, there are folks from all sorts of different organizations here, big to small, bureaucratic to not. Like, everybody's got an ability to move out and have a little bias to action and try to break some stuff. Like, what's the worst that's gonna happen? You're gonna get yelled at? Awesome. Like, we clearly don't fire people. But if, I didn't mean that like looking at him like, look how far you've made it. Proof that anybody can do it. No, but think about it, right? If you're one of those folks in that organization, right, and there's always a view on primes from startups on like, oh, they're trying to steal our IP. But inside every prime, there's an organization and there's a team that is getting shit done, like awesome stuff. They're just really hard to find. It's the same in the services. It's the same in the international allies. So if you're that person, come get found, right? Like, you can't be sitting there hoping like some innovator or some entrepreneur or some venture capitalist is gonna somehow stumble on you. Be like, oh man, I found him. Come, like, be vocal, build the network, help build trust. And there are ways to get stuff done. If we all sit back and rely on the system, like we've seen, the system doesn't work. We're coming off like 20 years of failed combat for the DoD. Like, it didn't work. Us thinking it's gonna work next time using the same mechanics and the same people and the same policy is absurd. So.
Do not wait to be blessed. That's, I think, the way to end it, the way to end the panel. And I really want to say, one, thank you to some of you guys who are up here who've been mentors of mine for a long time. I think we have new categories. I appreciate you taking the time, Tyler. This is fun. Take anything away from today. Relationships, do not wait to be blessed. Move things at the speed of trust and understand that it's hard. It takes a lot of hours. You have to grind your way through. And then when you learn that way through the system, let your reputation and lead on that. Make sure to continue to deliver and continue to lean on what you had. So thank you, everybody, for your time. We'll close out for the day. Remember, go find Leonard when he's done.
Awesome, Andrew. That was great. Relationships, so remove friction to ship product. Thank you, guys. We'll have a 15-minute break, and we'll be back in 15 for lightning round. Thank you all. All right, everybody. Who's having a good time? Say woo! I'm gonna do it again. If you're having a great time, say woo! Yeah, we're gonna move on to the next section. Gonna introduce my great coworker, superstar Mr. G. Come on up. We're gonna get this lightning talk going. We have some awesome people to introduce. Give it away to G.
Awesome.
Got it,
Thank
man.
you, JT. Can you guys hear me? How am I doing? Awesome. I am so glad to be here. Hold on. I can do this. How about now? Uh-oh. Should I do the mic, JT? Should I do the mic thing? Oh, wait. There we go. We're good. I'll try not to move too fast. It's going to be hard. I'm Italian, so I'm going to move a lot. Giancarlo Newsom, Director of Capital Factory Center for Defense Innovation. I'm really glad you're all here. I am super happy to present a bunch of rock stars. So we just heard from our last panel about international collaboration. There's a General Shinseki quote right outside the door as you enter AEL, and it talks about, if we don't innovate, we'll lose our relevance. I'd argue if we don't collaborate, we're going to lose our relevance. And so we're all here because we want to innovate. It's probably the most overused word, right? We've heard innovation theater. We don't want to be that. So let's peel that onion a little bit. The nuances that we look within innovation are our barriers. And how do we identify nuances? Is through collaboration. So if you take nothing else away, I want you guys to just double down, commit today. I'm going to collaborate better. And I'm going to introduce to you 10 amazing rock stars who are doing it. And there's a lot more already. Even in the past 3 weeks when we were pulling this together, we had an introduction from one of our rock stars to another one. So I will make that happen. So on your chairs, you should have an infographic. And this is audience participation. So if you're sleeping, doing something else, it's okay. But I'm going to ask for audience participation. Okay, so we heard it, the last presenter, he talked about get as many voices into development as possible, right? We heard about visualizing the problem. So every organization talks about how every voice and employee matters. So raise your hand. And keep your hand raised if your organization can do a better job of collecting and incentivizing grassroots input. Who is happy with the way they collect grassroots input? Come on. Okay, no one's happy with it, okay? So I want to introduce to you, they're not here today, they're in Australia, a company called nectar.co. They're doing great work for the Australian Defence Forces where they help facilitate enterprise-level grassroots innovation. The second barrier, has anyone here seen the Department of Defense or their organizations duplicate efforts of other organizations? Raise your hand. All right. So I would like to call out Mobilize. Jade Baranski with Mobilize has solved that problem. Okay. Yes, give her a hand. Their product vision is deployed in 4 of the 7 branches. Please talk to them about how they're scaling DoD-wide so this duplication of effort can go away. Okay, so we have a bunch of great ideas cultivated by Nectar, right? We've deduplicated with Mobilize. How do we know if the idea generation and alignment has been developed with quality? Anyone heard of the Good Idea Fairy? Who's experienced it? Okay, so how many are overwhelmed or have been overwhelmed by the Good Idea Fairy or half-baked proposals and would like to see higher quality ideas and solutions presented? Okay, so let me introduce to you Catherine Lewis with DMAS. If you guys check out her innovation engine, it's so hard to describe. When you see it, you're like, wow, I didn't think about all the nuances of defining the problem because even Elon Musk said it too. We build solutions for poorly defined problems, right? So Catherine is the right person to help you define those problems more deeply so that the solution sets can be better applied with over 200 million data points. Okay, this is a fun one. Raise your hand if you have seen personal biases influence how our problems are defined Ideation and solutions applied, right? Subjectivity or biases can make us see a potential solution in the best or worst possible light. And it doesn't quantifiably assess the gaps that will slow us down later on our cause and will miss our objective. So if you have seen a development program get derailed by less than objective members, raise your hand. Awesome. So let me introduce to you Dave Mrazka with 9 High. His background, just hear what the guy's done. It's just amazing. Like I said, I'm so humbled just to introduce these guys. His AI solution will help do that with a very nice 9 categorical constructs that make it easy to identify and have true objective discussion, not less tainted with bias. Here's another fun one. R&D waste. Anyone seen any R&D waste? In academia, right? Okay, so let me introduce you to TechLink Center. David Scott. They do have office hours tomorrow, and good to see you, sir. They can help you access over 6,000 patents and advanced technologies already developed by the DoD and the VA, cutting-edge research labs. So a lot of startups here, take time to get to know TechLink Center. There's so much patent and intellectual property work that's available to help startups that's just not being tapped. So that's just a gold mine right there for you. And from 2:50 to 4:35, by the way, in Captain Marvel is where their office hours are. All right. You having fun? Yeah. All right, you're going to like this barrier. Has anyone ever encountered complex government processes? Okay, so when you need to secure innovation resources you need, but don't know where to look, or the bureaucratic process scare you, let me introduce you to OmniSync, Caroline Arzu. So I even love the name of one of their products, Turbo SBIR. Anyone use TurboTax? I'm kind of a fan of TurboTax, right? Imagine that for our startups to apply for SBIRs. So Caroline and the team there are just outstanding Capital Factory portfolio members, company. So they were, and then they also have Turbo Innovate, works like a matchmaker, but for partnerships. The company helps the government, startups, and academia find each other through Netflix-style recommendations and streamline all the paperwork. Okay. The 7th barrier. And by the way, all these folks didn't know each other. We kept identifying similarities, and it was funny, the initial part of the conversation, it almost feels competitive. But then when you talk, you realize each of us are so unique as human beings, even the design of any software, that it's very unique. I'm going to take a break before I do the 7th barrier. And how am I doing on time? I'm good? Can we do the next slide, please? I want to share this with the audience. So this is what inspired my involvement. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm with the Innovation Command Army Reservists. I'm all about partnership. It's kind of in my blood, but I helped install some of the first SaaS-based software in some big Fortune 500 companies. And I noticed how quickly, as good as any individual software vendor wants to be, they can't be all things to all people. And especially when I left that and started consulting and set up my own small business consulting firm, it was too expensive for them. So this graphic is just super meaningful for all of us, not just for software. But I just wanted to show you, in 2011, there was 150 pieces of marketing technology software that collaborated and worked together. They had an open API. Today, there's over 9,000. So I think if we look in the DoD, the government marketplace, and the software we use, we're all constrained to some, the big names, and they're trying to do better about being more accommodating. But I want this team that I'm introducing today is kind of like in 2011. They're setting the standard, they're setting the example, the courage to collaborate and leave behind competition for collaboration. So we can go ahead and go, okay. So, and this QR code takes you to the contact information of everyone I'm introducing. Okay, the next barrier I'd like to talk about. How many of you If you've experienced this, you see soldiers, airmen downrange, they have urgent needs to be filled immediately. There's not time to go through the process. Anyone seen that happen? Right? So I would like to introduce the Boone Group. Matt, there he is back there. Their Arsenal product, working for PEO Soldier, was doing that. It was helping shorten the time frame to get solutions to the warfighter faster to the warfighter. And that product is called the Arsenal. Okay. Finally, we can't ensure national security without digital security. So raise your hand if you wish you could more easily and automatically limit viewing rights to individuals and orgs based on who they are and where they may be physically located. Easier, simpler security controls. Ken Lusinger, awesome. With C here, 0 North, just check out, it's just so cool. I can't even describe it. It's just so cool to see how easily you can control a file structure and based on who you are, you can see different parts. And it was just so simple, so intuitive. Finally, raise your hand if you are as concerned as you are excited. Okay, this is the nice paradox we're facing with a large growth of software options for our warriors, right? There's implicit security concerns as we make that evolution happen. So there are near unlimited software solutions that are driving and have the potential to drive national security forward, right? We just saw that. That's what we want for our airmen, our soldiers, our warriors. But how are the government agencies supposed to host, accredit, and continuously monitor this growing number of solutions? So the good news is I'd like to introduce Second Front's game warden. There they are, Tyler! Awesome, excellent. That's the Second Front team. They're helping accelerate and unblock the backlog of SaaS companies pursuing FedRAMP authorization, pretty important, and authorities to operate. So these are the rock stars that all of them can accelerate your objectives, if they fit, with an order of magnitude. Okay, so there you have it. But you're not let off the hook. You got homework. If there are software vendors that want to join this group, please come talk to us, okay? I already know there's one. Where's Stephanie Miller? I'm calling out Stephanie Miller. Alamo, AFCA. There's a trade association meetup, another example of collaboration. That's tomorrow at 2:50 to 4:35. And the first Women in Defense meetup for Texas. Did I cover it well, Stephanie? Okay. The final question with hand raised. Are you encouraged and motivated to continue collaborating more than you were 15 minutes ago? Excellent. Okay. All right. Okay. So 3 calls to action. If did any collaboration opportunity come to mind, please take a moment to make that a commitment. This is success for this talk if you commit to collaborate. Second, again, I mentioned if you're a software developer, want to join this group, let us know. And then feel free to take this infographic and reach out to these folks and help them succeed. That's it for me. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Gene. Can y'all hear me? Was that good? Was that helpful? Can y'all hear me? Nice. We have our last academia session coming up. I think one of them are running a little late. So you guys can socialize for a few minutes until we have that last session, and that's going to wrap up this track. That would be great, too, if you have questions. I probably can't answer them for you because I'm not an expert. But no, we're just gonna their speakers. One of the speakers is running a little late,
How did I do my
but we're gonna get that for you.
4:43.
Thank you all. All right. Let's finish strong, people. Here we have for academia as accelerators, we're going to cap it off with the lovely Emily Choi with UT Dallas. And she's going to bringing on Kevin Lantroop and Jeff Decker to talk about academia. Thank you all. Thank you. Clap it up for him. Let's go. It's the last one.
Howdy. Hey, it's pretty loud out there. How you guys doing? Hey, I'm Kevin Lantroop. We're going to do a little bit of intros of ourselves and who we are, and we're going to talk to you guys about how we're using academic programs, both civilian academic programs at university, as well as like professional military education programs within the DoD to foster innovation and innovative use cases. My name is Kevin Lantroop. I actually used to be the Vice President for Defense Innovation here at Capital Factory when we opened up this floor back in February of 2019, helped to design the first Fed Supernova that we did as a virtual event during COVID in the summer of 2020. I currently work as a portfolio advisor. We have a portfolio of about 110 companies. We help commercial technology startups identify use cases and customers in the national security space, develop and validate those use cases, and then connect with customers and win R&D contracts, and then transition those contracts into broader programs. I also, as a side job, teach hacking for defense at the University of Texas at Austin, and I have a couple of other academic programs that I am involved in that I'm happy to share with you.
Can everybody hear me? Is that on? Well, thanks for joining last session of the day. I think this is something I can add to my bio. I'm more popular than Harry Styles, at least in this room. So thanks for attending today instead of seeing him. But I'm Jeff Decker. I'm coming in from Stanford University. I am the managing director of Hacking for Defense there. I work with students, entrepreneurs, faculty members to transition technology, as well as to create startups and shepherd new technologies from lab to market or lab to capability. And I'm excited to share a little bit about the lessons that I've learned over the past 6 years.
All right. Hello. You said you're waiting for green? Oh, push it. All right, here I am. Well, I'm a recent addition to the show. Thank you so much for having me. Good to be here. So my name's Emily Choi. I am an associate professor of instruction at the University of Texas at Dallas. Here. And recently academic director for the Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the university. I am a newbie to Hacking for Defense. I have taught a full semester of Hacking for Defense once, and I am currently on my second round. And we hope to grow the program into what Jeff has grown his program into at Stanford.
Go ahead. Tell us about Hacking for Defense at Stanford.
All right.
Where it all began.
Yeah. Hacking for Defense, it's a pretty simple but powerful concept. What we do is we source problems from the defense and intelligence community. We bring them those problems on campus as well as their problem sponsors, so someone that acutely feels the pain involved with that problem statement. They come on campus, the students rally around a problem, typically 3 to 5 different students on each team, all working on a unique problem. They can be undergrads, they can be graduates, and we started that in 2016. Fast forward to 2022, almost 2023, and the class is taught at almost 65 different schools across the country, to include the UK has now spun up 8 classes, and Australia also has 2 or 3. And so the growth has been rapid, and it's been a rapidly growing class because the value that the defense and intelligence community see in attracting young entrepreneurial minds that aren't within the bureaucratic or calcified institution, a bureaucratic and calcified other institution being academia, but they can come to the government and approach it from a fresh new angle. And what ends up happening is they end up talking to people in the .edu space, of course the .gov, .mil space, in addition to talking to folks like yourselves working on really cool technologies within the startup.com space.
The ultimate goal of Hacking for Defense is to, well, number one is to have real case, real problems that students can apply the approach of lean innovation, solving problems, asking questions, doing interviews to getting to the root of the problem. So educating students to and apply their theory to actual real-world problems with the DoD. Then the secondary goal of the whole Hacking for Defense is hopefully some of these solutions to these problems presented to students can be of dual use, that is, civilian world use, and then eventually maybe develop into and get funded and be commercialized for the benefit of everyone. Yeah. So did you want to add more to the purpose of Hacking for Defense?
No, but I might double click on a couple things that make the class unique. Students really like it because it's one of the only classes, maybe there are 8 other classes on Stanford, and at your institutions as well, I imagine, where students actually do something. And as an academic, no offense to anybody here that is also an academic, but really apply the practice that they've gained through all of their course loads to do something that has an impact on society. And the way that manifests within the class is the student teams each week, they're forced, highly encouraged, voluntold, whichever verb you want to use, to go out and have engagements with people in the community, either in .gov, .edu.com, but to truly understand the problem, they need to talk to between 10 to 15 people each week. And so fast forward from Stanford runs on a quarter system, fast forward to 10 weeks, students have between 100 and 150 interviews. One student team has done 246, and so they really get out there and they build value. And I think just to maybe hammer down on a couple points of value, so everybody wishes that or hopes that the students create some sort of a widget that's beneficial to the government. But the fact of the matter is this is a class. And the whole purpose of the class is to teach the students this lean methodology, this question-asking methodology so that they can solve real problems when they transition to whatever their fate is beyond the campus. And so high watermark, they've spun out a company, and that's happened quite a bit. About 75% of our students create a company. We've done 6 iterations at Stanford. They've raised about almost $100 million in VC. And then the lower watermark, so the lowest threshold that they add value to their government sponsors is because they're being little honeybees and talking to so many different people, figuring out the state of the art in industry, figuring out the state of the art in what's currently being used in government. They've got a really strong understanding of like high-level market research that many of our defense sponsors and intelligence sponsors wish they could perform, but they just don't have the time, bandwidth, manpower, whatever. And then somewhere in the middle there is, because by virtue of talking to all these people, they've got some really awesome organizational charts, and I'm geeking out academic style here, but really great organizational charts and workflows behind the problem. So there's this problem, and maybe aircraft keeps breaking down, but like, what does that entire workflow look like? Because 99% of the time, the problem we get from the sponsors, and I think this is important for all of you companies out there, the problem is actually wrong. And what I mean by that is what the government thinks their problem is and thinks it wants a solution to solve that problem. By according out the workflow, the students are able to pinpoint or find hot button pain points that if they solve that problem, whether through it's a technical solution or organizational solution or policy solution, it actually adds value through the entire chain. So that's all I've got for Hacking for Defense.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, and Jim Raybuck sitting in the back of the room, who's technically our boss over at Ensign for these programs, well, not yours, but the stated goal of the program is to help solve national security problems and deliver those solutions to those customers. My goal for the course, and what I think is a reasonable and achievable goal for the course, really is to do two things. It's to teach students, and this is a college course, but it's to teach students a lean, product-focused methodology. And the second thing is we are inspiring a generation or multiple generations, if this program continues, of young people to explore the DoD. I mean, you said it really well yesterday. You do an entry survey and an exit survey of students in the course, and he sits in Silicon Valley where they hate the DoD, even though the DoD built Silicon Valley, but that's a whole other conversation. But the students mostly come in thinking that the government is big, dumb, and stupid, and they're mostly right. But they leave having connected with a lot of really inspiring people and seeing really, really engaging problems and deciding, well, at least some of them decide, well, their opinion of the Department of Defense goes way up. And some of those students are going to make a decision later to start a company that's going to solve a national security problem, or join a company that's going to solve a national security problem, or go work for an R&D lab or something like that and become part of the solution that's going to keep us technologically superior and retain military overmatch, which is the whole goal that we're all trying to achieve.
And importantly, they take away the skills and the frameworks that we teach through that whole lean innovation procedure. We involve also agile methodology and this whole mindset of design thinking process. So they take away these skills that are for life, and they can apply it to any organizational problem in their careers. In fact, a lot of these problems we think, oh, big technical DoD problems is what students work on, but actually you uncover it and you realize they're pretty typical problems that all organizations face. How do you choose the right innovative product to push to market? How do you increase diversity in an organization? How do you schedule between two siloed organizations that need to cooperate? Those are problems we all face in organizations.
So I'm going to talk to you now about some other programs that exist out there in the marketplace that are doing this. So who here has heard of the Defense Innovation Board? Okay, so it's this policy board consisting of like really heavy hitters in the technology industry that make recommendations to the Office of the Secretary of Defense about how we can become more innovative and bring technology to market faster within the national security community. And there's another entity that I think it's dissolved now, but the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. The National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, another very august body, in the artificial intelligence community, released a report last year, I think it was last year, 760-page report of their findings. Did anybody here read it? All 760 pages? I did, yeah. Not many of us. If you're curious about like the so what takeaways, there's a section in that report called the Blueprint for Action in the Department of Defense that's only like 40 pages long, and it's got really all of the takeaways, like what do we need to do about this in order to affect it? Well, both of those, the Defense Innovation Board and the NSCAI final report, made some recommendations about professional education of our workforce, right? Within the Department of Defense, we don't have the skill sets or the understanding of the technologies or of innovation processes in order to really be able to integrate these technologies into operational concepts and apply them in warfare. And if we can't do those two things, then we can have all the technology in the world, it doesn't make us better. And so what do they recommend? They recommend education. And there are some educational programs that are out there right now on the market. They're pilots, but they're really cool that are starting to do this. These programs teach kind of 4 basic concepts. And I wrote them down because I wanted to be able to describe them for you, kind of accurately. But one is like, what is the process of innovation? So what does an innovation process look like in a commercial organization? What is lean? What is the, material innovation pipeline and all these other things? But generally speaking, how innovation works in commercial entities. And then what are the characteristics of startup and the venture capital model that are relevant whenever we think about, we want to try to integrate emerging technology from the venture capital space, from venture-backed companies. And that's really, this is Fed Supernova. Fed Supernova happens at Capital Factory. Capital Factory is a VC fund and a startup accelerator. So that matters to us here in this space. The third category of information is like, what are the critical technologies that we're trying to mature? And what do you really need to know about these technologies in order to be a program manager for an innovation program, we'll say, that's going to try to bring an autonomous robot solution that's going to deliver artillery rounds to the guns as they're moving, or something like that. And then what are the aspects of contracting? And I look at these aspects in two categories. One is, what are the antibodies? What are the aspects of the defense acquisition system that are antibodies to innovation? So like PPBE being one of them. And on the other side, what are the innovative contract vehicles? What are the things that we're trying that may or may not be working to try to drive innovation faster? And so two examples of that would be like another transaction agreement or middle tier acquisition authority. So examples of programs that exist, and I'll tell you about three of them. So one is a program at the Naval Postgraduate School called Applied Design for Innovation. And this program brings in operators primarily from special operations and the Air Force contracting community. Those are the two communities that primarily take this course. And there's two iterations of it. The soft guys and gals go through a 18-month Masters of Science program, and the contracting folks go through a 12-month program that also delivers a Masters of Science. And it teaches those four topics, right? So what do we do? So I actually help deliver curriculum to these courses, but also another key aspect. So there's a capstone component to this program where the students are asked to like envision an innovation, go through a product development iteration process, the same way we do at Hacking for Defense, and then like the kind of the business school component is design a business plan where you're going to develop and deliver this technology to identified customers, right? So what do we do? Well, as I mentioned when I introduced myself, I work for a portfolio that has about 110 companies in it that are all like commercial startups or commercial technology companies that are on the pathway to becoming dual use companies. So instead of having a student write a research paper or develop a slide deck, we're handing them a company. We're handing them actually a bunch of companies and saying, find something in here that can be responsive to the problem that you're developing through this class, and then build a product or design a product. Iterate with the company and help them understand what is you're going to help them understand what is your problem, what is your use case, what domain does it live in, how do they build something that solves it, and then the student is going to learn at a very, very applied level, like how to do innovation, not just how to read books about innovation, but how to do innovation. Very, very similar program that's going on at the Air University. Not a lot of folks probably are aware, but at Maxwell Air Force Base, as part of Air University, which is where Air War College is and the Air Command and Staff College, they have a program called the Air University Innovation Accelerator. And it's basically, it's a parallel organization that has the mission to think weird and then take weird into the Air War College or into Air University, which is a very unweird place, right? So what do? They do the exact same program. They have a couple of iterations of it. One of them is called Project Mercury, which is a workshop kind of focused program. They have Blue Horizons, which is a specialized program, kind of like 84I over at MPS. And then they have elective courses from both Air War College and Air Command and Staff. But it's the exact same thing. They teach the students about these four basic areas, like how to do innovation, what is the technology, and then, lo and behold, they're going to come up with a problem, and we're going to try to figure out a way to connect them with a company so that they can do that same process. Iterate on the problem with a company that can actually build and deliver a product. Now, whether that actually turns into a funded R&D effort, that's not necessarily the point, but it is super interesting because these are students, these are men and women in uniform or who are GS employees who are taken out of the force, out of the fleet for a year or 18 months to go and learn. And so they are doing that. They're getting that educational component at a very applied level, but then they're also taking back to their organizations like a real solution that could be fielded. Right? They've done all the work to scope it out. They've identified the vendor. They've validated the use case. They've gone through all those steps of the pipeline. That's for uniform folks. I am about to launch a new program at the University of Texas here in Austin through McCombs Executive Education. This is a program that's based on personal research that I have done working with hundreds of companies over 5 years and designing innovation programs at places like here at Capital Factory. And it's for anybody, right? We tee this program up as being relevant for three audiences. One is folks from the acquisition and program community within the DoD. Two is folks from industry who may be, doing go no-go analysis on whether to pursue an opportunity based on a P&L and a sustainment tail for a program or something like that. And then the third is folks who are new to the innovation space within the DoD. So if you're a captain in the Air Force and you just got assigned to be a Spark Cell leader and you're like, how do I do that? Like, so that audience is what this program is for. And it's the exact same thing. We teach those 4 topics, and then they go into a capstone where they do independent research. This is not a product focused, it's more of a process focused program where the students will write a research paper in a collaborative 5-person team with a capstone advisor and describe a way that we can connect the defense innovation system and the defense acquisition system. So what excites me the most about all of these different types of programs is we're taking a population that's energetic, that's learning, but is otherwise really disconnected from an end result that drives an economic outcome or a technology outcome or a product outcome, and we're changing that. We're tapping into that, that labor resource, if you will, of academia, and it's got a ton of potential. I think because we got kind of expanded into 2 sessions, we can actually hear from you guys if anybody has a question.
Thanks, Kevin. Lauren Postler with Bunker Labs, the George W. Bush Institute, and now UT Systems, first day on the job. Question around how, I was going to say, we'll talk after. Question around how y'all are engaging the veteran community and being a part of either the market research process or engaging with students to speak from their lived experiences.
So the program that we're about to start at UT, and we haven't run a single cohort yet. The first cohort's going to be in January. One of the pathways that we're going to have for that is I see this as a way for vets who are transitioning off of active duty and want to get into this community, want to, maybe go join a startup or join a VC from. I mean, there's a lot of programs, like fellowship programs, that are creating kind of that demand signal. And so I want that to be a pathway for those students. Like what they do now, what I did 5 years ago was like try to interview 50 people that have jobs that you think you want in that space and try to learn that way. Instead, we're going to do it like more deliberately through an education program, and we're going to try to get like big companies who might hire these folks to sponsor that. There's not a real direct pathway, from my opinion, inside like any of the Hacking 4 programs. They're connecting to active duty military folks and like the 75th Innovation Command on the Army side, reserve unit that contributes a lot of subject matter expertise. We try to get students from ROTC to come into the program and stuff like that, but not much, in my opinion, of a pathway for vets. I don't know if you guys have seen anything different.
Well, the only thing we really do is partner with our Military Veteran Center, MVC, acronyms. We work with the director of that program, or that center, is Dr. Lisa Adams. She is one of our mentors, and then the student veterans also play a role in mentoring. They also watch the presentations. We're going to be the our class is going to be the first group of students to be Green Zone certified as well. Is that a program that's nationwide? Yes. So that's all we have right now, but we'd like to reach out to more veterans in the community overall.
I think from the Stanford perspective, and more general for all of you that would benefit, is we've got about 20% of veterans in our class are active duty military people. And the benefit, or the lesson to you all, is they're typically, at least the first few weeks, the worst students. Not because they don't try hard, not because they don't apply themselves, but because they think they know the answer. And then they mine their networks of first-person contacts to go and talk to them and get their perspectives during interviews. And it's an echo chamber. And so they're just reinforcing what they already think they know. And I see a couple of heads nodding. And if the lesson to you companies, if you go out and you're testing hypotheses on what you think the defense or intelligence or government community needs, and you're only speaking to people within your colleagues or within your circle of drinking buddies, you're probably going to end up failing longer or farther down the road as opposed to immediately. So lots of veteran connection. They're fantastic at speaking acronyms and translating acronyms to the civilian students. but there is a little bit of a learning curve there.
How we doing? Do we have time for another question? 5 minutes? Okay, cool. Who else?
Thanks. Yeah, I was just curious with the actual Hacking for Defense program, if there's an effort made to get a diverse set of students in terms of what they're studying education-wise. Like, I would think it's mostly engineers and business, but if you're doing these kind of customer discovery type things, or, you know, do you look at trying to find public policy students or anything like that, or is there a breakdown there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, everybody makes their sausage a little bit differently at different campuses. And Rachel teaches at UC San Diego, one of the bigger and better Hacking for Defense classes. But absolutely. So what we've learned over the years is we need to have, out of these 4-person teams, give or take one, we need to have some sort of an engineer, we need to have some sort of a business person, and we need to have typically a policy, legal, whatever, kind of jack of all trades. And the reason is, it's because engineers don't like to talk to people. Or maybe I could go one farther and say engineers can't talk to people. As well as business students, and business people can go out and they can talk the talk, but they can't build anything. And so there needs to be some sort of a mix there. And we've got 5 minutes before we finish?
We're probably down to 3 now.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, we were playing it on the fly. I was going to say something different. So the thing that I wanted to share with you today before we called this audible, and I got a little off topic, was I wanted to dig into the point that campuses can be a really wealth of opportunity for all of you companies looking to find business or engage with the government. And you might be scratching your head and say, well, why? Well, if you look at the budget, about $7 billion, B with a billion, bravo, $1 billion goes to college and university campuses all across the country. Campuses you know very well and have heard of, campuses that you haven't heard of. But the point is, lots of people are doing research, and per Mr. Young Bang earlier this morning, this is really important for de-risking the future of what the battlefield technology can look like, because these researchers aren't doing anything, they're doing high-risk research that may or may not manifest into something meaningful. And so it needs to be done. And the second point I wanted to make is that there's a problem with this. So everyone has heard of men being from Mars and women being from Venus, maybe. Well, as it turns out, researchers are from a planet different than operational end users. And so researchers hail from a planet called technology, and end users hail from a planet called product or capability. And so if you ever have the opportunity to sit between an end user and someone that's doing research to hopefully solve that end user's problem, it's like bad marriage counseling. Like lots of people speaking past one another. The researcher goes deep into their expertise and talks about the technological developments that they've made, and the end user, kind of like what General Todd said this morning, is thinking, where's my cure for cancer? Do you have it? No? Then why am I here? And so I think that's important to distinguish between product and technology, especially for where all of you are, because we use it interchangeably. Technology is product, product is technology, but wait, it's not. And realizing that it's not will help you to exploit some of the opportunity in this space. So a product is something you can sell, something you can build a venture around, and all of the stuff that happens before that is technology. So I might have a great idea in my head about slapping some different stuff together to create a higher density power source, but it's just an idea. And it requires lots of science, lots of engineering in order to make it real, in order to show that the technology is useful. And if that's not done, then we don't have anything. And so the opportunity for all of you is, per the Hacking for Defense class, students going back and forth between planets, technology, and product capability to really understand, well, what's this researcher doing? What can they do? And then going back to the end user and saying, well, hey, what's your real problem? more importantly, what metrics matter and what threshold do we need to show in order for us to add value. And if you're able to replicate that, the campus is a fantastic opportunity for you to do so. Pair up with a lab, understand some of the tech, understand some of the end users that are sponsoring that research, and then it's on you to just simply carry that prototype over.
It's time for happy hour.
Oh, not Harry Styles.
Hey, thanks for all still being here. Anybody wants to connect about any of these programs, we are, happy to engage. That's what this is all about. And thanks for coming to Fed Supernova. If this is your first time in Austin, welcome to Austin. Back to you.
Yes, thank you all so much. Clap it up for them. They did great. If you want to hear more about innovation for defense for universities, tomorrow upstairs in 16 on Willie, they will have that conversation at 2:50 to 4:30. So 16, and then, as I said, the party continues downstairs on the first floor at Voltron. They'll be having the entrepreneur showcase, and then after that is the happy hour we're all waiting for. So have a great rest of your day and night. Don't have too much fun without me. Hope you enjoyed it. Peace.